Chapter 401. Gradually, a fragrant aroma filled the air, and the hot oil dripped onto the bonfire, emitting popping sounds. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yi continued reading. Only after midnight did he close his eyes and rest until dawn. The next day was the same. This was the most boring battle that Lu Yi had ever experienced. Up until now, he still hadn't seen his opponent, and he hadn't found any traces of him either. However, he knew that if this continued, he would definitely win. He could eat at any time to replenish his strength, but Ghost Shadow couldn't. Ghost Shadow wanted to hide, so he could only stay hidden. If he dared to do anything else, it would expose his whereabouts. However, Lu Yi didn't plan on continuing to waste time. For a cultivator like Ghost Shadow, not eating or drinking for a few days wasn't a problem. Ghost Shadow was willing to waste time, but he wasn't. Closing the book in his hand and standing up, Lu Yi casually took out a few array flags from his storage pouch and threw them in all directions. First, he used the array flags to construct the basic framework of the array, then used his spiritual energy to complete the inner structure of the array. In just a few moments, a 300-meter wide array was formed. This array didn't have much use. It was just a simple warning array. Compared to other arrays, this array was undoubtedly much simpler to set up. Furthermore, it could cover a large area, and at the same time, it didn't consume much spiritual energy. Ghost Shadow continued to hide, so Lu Yi couldn't do anything to him. This was how the Spiritual Stream List Challenge was. The Heavenly Secret Association maintained the most basic fairness, and the rest was a competition between cultivators. No one said that a competition of patience wasn't a competition. Lu Yi didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find Ghost Shadow's traces, unless he was also proficient in arrays and knew how to avoid detection. After setting up the first warning array, Lu Yi began to set up the second, then the third and the fourth. The entire second day, Lu Yi set up the array. Fortunately, he had bought enough array flags from the Heavenly Secret Business Association. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. After an entire day, the array he set up had covered more than half of the battle arena. Ghost Shadow still hadn't shown himself. Perhaps he still had a glimmer of hope that Lu Yi didn't have enough array flags to cover the entire battle arena. That way, he would still have space to hide. Lu Yi suddenly realized that he had overlooked this point. He simply took out all the formation flags from his storage bag and placed them at his feet. Hiding in the dark, Ghost Shadow looked at the large pile of array flags and knew that he couldn't hide any longer. If he didn't hurry and find an opportunity to kill Lu Yi, his whereabouts would definitely be exposed tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Ghost Shadow's lips wriggled as he softly said something. His figure quickly disappeared from the battlefield. On the other side, Lu Yi, who was busy arranging a spirit array, paused. He actually won. He originally thought that after he revealed enough array flags, that Ghost Shadow would come to kill him tonight, but he did not expect that this fellow would be so straightforward and directly choose to admit defeat. Thinking about it, it made sense. Ghost cultivators' strength lay in their ability to silently approach their targets. This method could be used to deal with ordinary people, but Ghost Shadow really didn't have the confidence to use it against Lu Yi. Who knew if this guy had set up a spirit array around him in advance? If he really tried to kill him, he would definitely fall into a trap. It could be said that when Ghost cultivators' cultivation bases were not high, spirit array cultivators who were on guard were simply the bane of Ghost cultivators. However, if Ghost cultivators cultivated their skills to a certain level, even if it was a spirit array, they could quietly sneak in. Ghost Shadow admitted defeat and ran away. Lu Yi and Yi hurriedly packed up the spirit array flags they had set up in the battlefield. Lu Yi, if you meet this guy in the future, you must definitely kill him. He's too hateful. Yi shouted as she busied herself. Beat him half to death, then ask Hua Xiai to heal him, then beat him half to death again. Lu Yi was ruthless. He would rather fight with his opponent in an open battle than spend so much effort to clean up the mess in the end. The key was that from beginning to end, he had not even seen the appearance of his opponent, which was very hateful. On the Spirit Stream list, Louis Ye of the Jade Blood sect rushed to 9th place. The world was in an uproar. This guy had done it. In the true sense, he had killed his way into the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list with a Heaven 8 cultivation base. This undoubtedly meant that he was among the strongest in the Spirit Stream realm. He was just a Heaven 8. He could still reach the Heaven 9. This was what made people feel terrified. At this point, strictly speaking, Lu Yi only needed to fight one more battle to have the qualifications to challenge first place on the list. However, since he had started to challenge the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge one by one, he had chosen not to do so. His next target was the guy in 6th place. He had spent 2 days challenging Ghost Shadow. From beginning to end, Lu Yi had not used a single blade. In the end, although Ghost Shadow had voluntarily admitted defeat, he had not been able to vent his fighting spirit, which was somewhat depressing. Therefore, he had sharpened his blade, preparing to start with the guy in 6th place. He had issued a challenge, and his opponent had accepted it. When his opponent had chosen a location, Heaven's secret descended, and Lu Ye's figure disappeared. His field of vision was filled with white light, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Even the air was salty and moist. This immediately reminded Lu Yi of the days when he had participated in the Spirit Stream battle with Hua Ci. If his guess was correct, his opponent should have chosen a location on the sea. His field of vision recovered, and he looked around. Sure enough, he was indeed on the sea. Lu Ye's current location was on an island on the sea. The island was very small, only about 100 feet in radius. Several hundred feet away, there was another similar island. The 2 islands were about the same size and looked like twin islands. On the opposite island stood a man in his early 20s in loose robes. He was not very handsome, but his expression was very determined. This person was most likely a dermic cultivator, and a water dermic cultivator at that. That was why he had deliberately chosen such a battlefield. Everyone knew that Louis Ye of the Jade Blood sect was a weapon cultivator who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. In such a battlefield, a water dermic cultivator's advantage was too great. On the other hand, such an environment was also very suppressive to a weapon cultivator with a fire attribute cultivation method. If Lu Yi wanted to get close, he would have to leap several hundred feet into the sea and kill his way to his opponent's island. However, in midair, no matter how nimble he would be nothing more than a target. If he did not think of a way to charge over, he would also become a target. In any case, this dermic cultivator had the advantage. He used the challenged's right to choose the battlefield's terrain incisively and vividly. Lu Yi admired him for being able to find such a strange terrain among so many other battlefields. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that the sea was not calm. All kinds of strange sea beasts swam past, leaving behind huge shadows under the water. If one were to be struck down while leaping over the sea, they would die without a doubt. In such an environment, it was very difficult for Yi to get close to her opponent. Lu Yi, the dermic cultivator, stood at the edge of his island and tried to greet Lu Yi. What answered him was 9 rays of light from the weapon cultivator's dermic cultivator. The dermic cultivator stood on the spot without moving, and his expression did not change. The weapon cultivator's dermic cultivator stopped less than 10 feet away. After a slight vibration, Lu Yi retrieved it. It was not that Lu Yi did not want to attack his opponent, but that he had reached the limit of his control and had no choice but to retrieve it. Otherwise, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. I have long heard that the Jade Blood sect's Lu Yi's artifact control technique has reached the acme of perfection, and his attack range far exceeds his own realm. Seeing it today, he really lives up to his reputation. That Dharma cultivator was not stingy with his praise. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to test me. The distance between the two of us is about 900 feet. Your imperial equipment won't be able to hit me. Although he was calm and composed, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had tried his best to overestimate the distance of Lu Ye's flying tool, but he didn't expect that he had still underestimated it. Just now, Lu Ye's imperial equipment would have hit him if he was just a few feet away. As he spoke, a ball of water suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the ball of water shot towards Lu Yi like an arrow. While it was still in the air, the ball of water suddenly exploded, sending a rain of tiny water arrows towards Lu Ye's island. Spells are different. Spells have a much longer attack range than imperial equipment. It was common knowledge that spells had a longer attack range than imperial artifacts. That was why magic cultivators usually didn't need to refine imperial artifacts to kill their enemies. Spells were enough for them. Then he saw a fire phoenix spell flying towards him. The magic cultivator immediately urged his spell to meet it. It was still a ball of water, but when it flew into the air, the ball of water would transform into all kinds of spells, be it water arrows, water dragons, or other forms of water beasts. There were all kinds of fancy tricks that dazzled the eyes. It had to be said that there was indeed a reason why this person was ranked 6th. He stood there like a cannon, unleashing one exquisite spell technique after another at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yi didn't spend much effort on magic cultivators, but his spell casting speed wasn't considered slow. After all, when he received the inheritance of the Fire Phoenix spirit pattern, he witnessed the birth and fall of a 4 symbols sacred beast with his own eyes. His understanding of the Fire Phoenix spell far exceeded that of ordinary magic cultivators. The power of the Fire Phoenix spell he cast now was several times stronger than before. Fire element was explosive, water element was gentle. In terms of the damage of a single spell, the magic cultivator on the other side was not as good as Lu Yi. But in terms of spell casting speed and frequency, Lu Yi was far inferior. After all, the other party was a professional. Moreover, Lu Yi soon discovered a problem. The environment here had a very strong suppression on the Fire Phoenix spell he cast. Compared to the Fire Phoenix spell he usually cast, the power he cast now was as much as 30% weaker. Amazing, truly amazing. That magic cultivator slowly became excited as he exchanged spells with Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, you're the first person I've ever seen to be able to cast spells to this extent as a weapon cultivator. But it's meaningless to continue like this, fellow Taoist. If you continue like this, you'll lose. Chapter 402. The reason the spell cultivator was so confident was that Lu Yi was at a complete disadvantage in a battle of spells. Lu Yi naturally couldn't gain the upper hand in a battle of amateurs against professionals. At this moment, the area between the two was filled with mist, with water balls hidden in the mist. The Fire Phoenix art had just been used, but its power had dropped sharply by 30%. As it passed through the thick mist, its power dropped further. Before long, it would be blocked and scattered by the spell cultivator's spells. Spells blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they suppressed Lu Yi bit by bit. Even if he activated the Fire Phoenix art with all his might, he couldn't reverse the situation. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to feel aggrieved. This time, I've taken advantage of the terrain. If I meet you in the wild, you'll definitely be able to kill your way to me. At that time, I won't be your match. Although the spell cultivator had the upper hand, his words were very humble and even seemed to be persuading Lu Yi. However, it was obviously abnormal for someone from the Myriad Demon Ridge to persuade someone from the Hautian Alliance. The other party seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, but in fact he was adding fuel to the fire. His words and actions were urging Lu Yi to think of a way to kill his way to him, as if he could only sit and wait for death if he did. One had to admit that this person understood people's hearts well. With a few simple words, he could incite the anger in the enemy's heart. Now, The two were on two isolated islands about 90 feet apart. If Lu Yi wanted to kill his way to him, he would have to fly over on his spiritual tool. Facing a spell cultivator like this, it wasn't easy to fly over. If he wasn't careful, he might be knocked down. However, the current situation was too unfavorable for Lu Yi. If he didn't fly over, he would lose this battle. Summoning his own flying spirit artifact, Lu Yi leaped onto it and activated his spirit energy. Turning into a streak of light, he plunged headlong into the thick fog. Only his silhouette could be vaguely seen through the fog. Seeing Lu Ye's actions, the spell cultivator's lips curled up in a treacherous expression that said, "Kid, you've been fooled." His hand seals changed, and as more than 10 water balls shot toward Lu Yi, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Condense!" The thick mist between the two instantly became viscous. Rushing into the mist, Lu Yi immediately felt a sense of sluggishness, and his speed suddenly decreased. So he was waiting for him here. Lu Yi suddenly understood. He had fought with Bailan before, and Bailan had also cultivated water element spells. However, her water element spells had a great corrosive effect on Imperial flying tools, which would greatly reduce their spirituality. Lu Yi had thought that his opponent this time should be very similar to Bailan's methods. As long as his flying tool's spirituality was greatly reduced, his situation in the air would become very bad. Unexpectedly, his spell didn't corrode the spirit tool at all. Instead, it had the ability to slow down the speed of the spirit tool. At this moment, in the thick fog, although Lu Yi did his best to activate the spirit artifact under his feet, he was still as slow as a turtle. At this speed, there was no way he could dodge the enemy's attack. The spell cultivator's killing move came. Balls of water suddenly appeared around Lu Ye's body and surrounded him. Then the balls of water exploded and turned into a series of exquisite spells, instantly turning the place where Lu Yi was into a zone of death. Either admit defeat or die. What's your choice? The spell cultivator looked at the silhouette in the fog in front of him, feeling very proud. In truth, in terms of true strength, there was no way he could occupy the 6th place on the spirit stream list. Behind him was Yu Lianzhou of the North Profound Sword Sect, who was obviously stronger than him. However, Yu Lianzhou had challenged him before, and in the end he was in the same situation as Lu Yi. He had no choice but to admit defeat and give up. It could be said that it was because of this special terrain that he was able to occupy the 6th place on the spirit stream list. Furthermore, this fog condensing technique was a spell that he had painstakingly cultivated. It was used in conjunction with the terrain and was very effective against body cultivators, weapon cultivators, and even ghost cultivators who needed to fight in close quarters. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't admit defeat. As the spell cultivator watched, a dazzling lightning suddenly appeared in the fog. The spell cultivator's expression turned serious. He had never heard of Lu Yi cultivating lightning element spells. Where did this lightning come from? Just as he was thinking about it, a clap of thunder rang out, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly striking the fog. Lightning summoning talisman. The spell cultivator was shocked, and all the hair on his body stood on end. A great sense of crisis rose in his heart, and he hurriedly retreated until he reached the edge of the island. He waved the fog in front of him away and activated a spiritual barrier around his body. Only then did he feel a little safer. The existence of the fog greatly increased the power of lightning, and he didn't dare to touch it. He mistakenly thought that Lu Yi had activated some kind of lightning summoning talisman, but in fact, Lu Yi didn't have one. This kind of spiritual talisman was expensive, and each one cost at least 100 spirit stones. It was an extremely expensive spiritual talisman. What he had used was just a lightning summoning spiritual pattern. This move was something he had learned from Bailan. When he had fought against Bailan before, she had suddenly used it, and he had been caught off guard. Everywhere that was filled with fog, lightning instantly swam, and electric snakes danced wildly. It was an extremely terrifying sight, even though the spell cultivator had tried his best to avoid it. He couldn't avoid being slightly affected. For a moment, his body trembled like a sieve, and his hair stood on end. In his field of vision, the figure wrapped in fog fell straight down. Soon, the sound of something falling into the water could be heard from the surface of the sea. The giant beast swimming under the sea boiled, and a bloody mouth suddenly opened, swallowing the thing that fell into its stomach. Dead. The spell cultivator stared fixedly at the scene, almost unable to believe that Lu Ye had died just like that. He didn't die from a spell, but from his own lightning summoning talisman. The spell cultivator suddenly realized a problem. If Lu Ye was really dead, then he should have one. However, there was no feedback from the heavens, which meant that Lu Ye wasn't dead. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw a bright flame rushing over from a position close to the surface of the sea. The flame looked like a pair of wings. He still wanted to activate the fog condensing technique to stop Lu Yi, but lightning was still swimming in the fog. How could he activate it? A piercing pain came from between his brows, and the warning in his heart urged him to leave quickly. Otherwise, it would be too late when the other party got close. I admit defeat. Darmashio was a sensible person and immediately shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi, with a pair of flaming wings, appeared in front of him like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. He slashed his saber at the spell cultivator's neck, and the huge force sent him flying. However, he had already disappeared in midair. His eyes widened with fear. Fortunately, he had shouted in time, or he really would have died. Standing on the other party's island, Lu Ye's eyes were downcast, and the fury in his heart was rising. It was fine that the 9th-ranked Ghost Shadow had wasted 2 days of his time. The other party was a ghost cultivator and wouldn't easily make a move unless he was confident, so he had hidden for 2 days. But what the hell was this spell cultivator? He had chosen such a strange terrain and used it to show off his strength. When he came over, he actually admitted defeat. What was this? Lu Yi felt as if he had just punched cotton. This guy was really too disgusting. He had even lost an air transportation spirit artifact. The one that had fallen into the water just now was his broken air transportation spirit artifact. The reason he had let it fall into the water was because he wanted to use it to lower the enemy's guard. In the end, it hadn't worked. Although he now had a large number of air transportation spirit artifacts, he couldn't waste them like this. He had originally planned to use this battle to relieve his stifling, killing intent. But now, not only had it not been relieved, it had become even more serious. After leaving the battlefield and returning to the wooden house, Lu Yi rummaged through his storage pouch and found a suitable air transportation spirit artifact. He silently refined it. He didn't know what kind of strange people and strange terrain he would encounter in the next battle, but he couldn't do without an air transportation spirit artifact. Although he now had the flying wings spirit tattoo and could activate it at any time, it consumed much more energy than flying on a spirit artifact. He would try not to use it if possible. On the spirit stream list, the Jade Blood Sect's Lu Ye's name was already in 6th place. The myriad devil ridges side was silent. Even the experts in the top 10 of the spirit stream list were unable to stop the momentum of this fellow. Of the 9 heavenly lists, the fact that Celestial 8 occupied such a high position caused many of the cultivators in the myriad devil ridge to feel ashamed. Shi Guang from the profound Dao sect had already returned to his own camp and was in the middle of recuperating. He knew that he would soon have a battle with Lu Yi, and before that, he had to adjust himself to his best state. He was the final gatekeeper. If even he was defeated, the entire myriad devil ridge would lose face. Even Li Bashian hadn't been able to occupy the first place on the spirit stream list with a Heaven 8 cultivation base. How long had Lu Iya been cultivating? What ability did he have to accomplish such a feat? In an instant, the entire spirit stream battlefield quieted down. Everyone was paying attention to the changes on the Spirit Stream list. From the current rankings, Lu Yi only needed to defeat the person in third place on the Spirit Stream list to be able to challenge Shi Guang. The person in third place on the Spirit Stream list was a female cultivator from a first-grade sect in the Heaven Continent. Inside the wooden house, Lu Yi was refining a flying spiritual tool while replying to messages from many of his friends. They all knew that Lu Yi was about to challenge the person in third place on the Spirit Stream list, so his friends kindly passed him all kinds of information about his opponent. After reading the information, Lu Yi frowned. Strictly speaking, the person in third place was a weapon cultivator and could be considered a very special small sect. In the entire 9 continents, they were rare, even rarer than Yanshi. Was this another disgusting guy? Lu Ye's mentality collapsed. The strength of the person in third place on the Spirit Stream list could be seen from Li Baxian, who had been in third place before. Of course, since the 3 malignant tumors had been removed, the value of the Spirit Stream list had undoubtedly declined greatly. The current person in third place couldn't be compared to Li Baxian. However, Lu Yi would never underestimate her, nor would he show mercy just because she was a woman. During these days of fighting, there were quite a number of female cultivators who had died at his hands. Basically, none of them could survive. Only Bailan had managed to escape. Chapter 403. When the experts of the Spirit Stream list were challenged, they would always choose a terrain that was advantageous to them. For example, when Lu Yi had been challenged, he had chosen a small battlefield. He was a weapon cultivator who wanted to fight in close combat, so he naturally didn't want the battlefield to be too large. Therefore, Lu Yi would encounter all kinds of terrains as he fought. Inside the wooden house, Lu Ye's mind connected to the Spirit Stream list, and he chose the female cultivator ranked third and issued a challenge. His opponent agreed, but the battle didn't start immediately. After waiting for 2 hours, the heavens suddenly sent him into the battlefield. Lu Ye's vision slowly recovered, and he immediately looked around. He found that the terrain matched some of the information he had received before. This was a large terrain. There were 2 bare mountains in the small space, both of which were several hundred feet tall. There was no vegetation on the mountains, and they were rugged. The mountains weren't steep and were relatively flat. Lu Yi took out his flying spirit tool and tried to fly. Sure enough, just like the information he had received before, this place prohibited flying. Noticing this, Lu Yi knew that her opponent for this round had chosen a terrain that was extremely advantageous to her. The restricted flying meant that it would be more difficult to search for his opponent. Looking at the 2 mountains on his left and right, Lu Yi didn't know which one his opponent would choose as the vantage point, so he simply stood there and waited. Yi had already set off to search for traces of his opponent. Not long after, Yi sent him a message that she had found traces of his opponent. Lu Yi immediately rushed to the mountain on his right, and with the support of wind travel, he left behind an afterimage. However, he hadn't climbed more than 300 feet when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air. He dodged to the side, only to feel a gust of wind brush past him, causing his cheek to hurt. Looking up, he saw a tall figure appear on the top of the mountain. The female cultivator was wearing a tight, white dress with purple edges, outlining her graceful figure. She had a high ponytail behind her head and was holding a bow in her hand. Her face was cold as she looked down at him condescendingly. This was Lu Ye's opponent, an archer. This was a very small sect, but the smaller the sect, the more difficult it was to deal with. Because it wasn't common, it was inevitable that cultivators didn't have enough experience dealing with it. Lu Ye's opening was undoubtedly not going well in this kind of terrain where flying was prohibited and the opponent had occupied the high ground. If he wanted to defeat his opponent, at the very least, he had to kill his way into the range where he could use Imperial equipment. However, during this entire process, he would definitely be greeted by his opponent's arrows. The difference in height between the 2 of them should be more than 2,000 feet. It didn't seem like much, but this was only the difference in height. The real distance between them was at least 5,000 feet. The arrows shot by cultivators were not something that mortals could compare with. They were arrows that contained all kinds of inconceivable power. This female cultivator's arrow shot out 500 feet. Although she had the advantage of looking down from above, it also showed that her archery skills were not ordinary. That arrow was probably just a greeting. It was a similar situation to the previous match. Against these long-armed fellows, if you want to kill them, you have to find a way to break into their attack range first. Lu Yi took a light breath and looked at his opponent from several thousand feet away. Then he lowered his body slightly and activated wind travel between his legs. At the same time, 2 dents appeared in the ground where he was standing. Dust flew into the air, and his figure quickly rushed forward. Almost at the same time that Lu Yi moved, the female cultivator raised her hand and shot out 3 arrows. These 3 arrows formed the shape of a triangle, sealing off a large area of space. Before the arrows even reached him, Lu Yi felt a piercing pain on his body. His opponent's arrows were clearly specially made. With her special skills and talent in archery, they had extremely strong penetration and killing power. Lu Yi leaped high, dodging the 3 arrows. Before he landed, another arrow appeared in front of him. Before this, he actually didn't notice that his opponent had shot this arrow. He suddenly realized that his opponent had shot 4 arrows, 3 from the front and 1 from the back. The last arrow was the killing move. It was just that this last arrow was perfectly concealed by the first 3 arrows. In midair, there was no way to dodge. He unsheathed his mountain plate saber and slashed at the incoming arrow. With a boom, spiritual power surged. Lu Ye's body was blown back by the huge impact. He had just stabilized himself when several more arrows approached him. His opponent's attacks were endless, without the slightest pause. Moreover, she seemed to be able to predict his next move. Even if Lu Yi could dodge this attack, he would be blocked by the next one. On the mountain, one of them dashed forward with the support of wind travel, while the other's archery was unparalleled. Lu Yi truly experienced the power of this female cultivator. Such a godly archer could play a terrifying role in a large-scale battle. If they were targeted by this woman in a chaotic battle, no spirit stream realm cultivator would be able to survive. What was even more terrifying was that her attack range was far, far greater than that of magic cultivators. Lu Ye's figure continued to advance on the mountain, sometimes retreating, sometimes moving left and right, looking extremely miserable. But in reality, he was constantly closing the distance between them. In just half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the distance between them had been reduced by half. At this point, the female cultivator's archery skills became even more terrifying. Previously, when the distance was too far, the woman's archery skills were a bit rigid. But as the distance closed, her archery skills became more flexible. She could even control the trajectory of the arrows to a certain extent, making it even more difficult to guard against. Yi lay dormant in the dark, not making a move, because Lu Yi was still far away from the woman. If she made a move, it would easily alert the enemy. Only when Lu Yi was close enough to the woman would she explosively attack, ensuring that she could cooperate with Lu Yi to kill the enemy. When the distance closed to about 300 meters, Lu Ye's advance became even more difficult. At this distance, the deterrence of his opponent's archery skills increased explosively. The sound of bowstrings rang out incessantly. The arrows were like a meteor shower falling from the sky, without any pause, flying towards Lu Yi without any pause. On the barren mountain, rocks were flying everywhere, and dust was flying everywhere. Behind Lu Yi were craters created by arrows, and his entire body was covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Until a certain moment, the incessant barrage of attacks suddenly stopped. Lu Yi looked up and saw the female cultivator standing there quietly with her bow in hand. There were still traces of blood dripping from the bowstring, and one of her fingers was so badly mangled that white bones could be seen. The female cultivator's face was as pale as paper. It seemed that she had expended a great deal of energy. After an incense stick's worth of high-intensity attacks, the female cultivator was clearly on the verge of collapse. Compared to her own state, Lu Yi suspected that she had used up all her arrows. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the female cultivator had shot out at least 800 arrows. Lu Yi had dodged most of them, and the few that he hadn't managed to dodge were blocked by his mountain saber. Lu Yi didn't continue forward, only quietly looking up at the female cultivator. The battlefield imprint was transmitting a message from Yi. Clearly, she was asking Lu Yi if he wanted to fight. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. "You're very strong. Shi Guang is no match for you." After saying this, the female cultivator looked up at the sky. "I admit defeat." Heaven's secret descended and sent her out of the battlefield. Just as Lu Yi had guessed, she had used up all her arrows. It was undeniable that she was very strong, but if she wanted to fully utilize her strength, she had to rely heavily on external objects. Now that she had used up all her arrows, what could she use to fight Lu Yi? The reason why she had made Lu Yi wait for more than an hour after accepting his challenge was to prepare for her arrow to fail. It could be said that she had lost a lot of money in this fight with Lu Yi. After all, each of her arrows had to be specially made, and hundreds of them added up to a considerable amount of wealth. After the female cultivator disappeared, Lu Yi sheathed his saber. He stood there silently for a moment, allowing Heaven's secret to guide him back to the wooden house. "Ah, the third place of the Spirit Stream list is back. Congratulations." Hua Xi's teasing voice came from the side. This woman had just returned from cultivating outside and happened to run into Lu Yi. Lu Yi ignored her and sent a message to Lian Zhou, asking about Shi Guang's situation. Was he bullied? Hua Xi was surprised. Yi stepped forward and whispered into Hua Xi's ear. Hua Xi immediately understood and smiled. "It's fine as long as you win. Why do you care about the process?" How could Lu Yi not know this? It was just that, what kind of people were in the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list? Ever since he had challenged Ghost Shadow, none of them had been serious. Ghost Shadow had wasted 2 days with him, but in the end he hadn't even seen his face. The 6th place magic cultivator had chosen a terrain with 2 isolated islands in the sea. Lu Yi had just charged over when the opponent had admitted defeat. This time, it was even more ridiculous. Lu Yi hadn't even been able to get within 300 meters of the opponent before the battle ended. From beginning to end, he had been the one getting beaten. Although he had won in the end, Lu Yi couldn't feel happy at all. At that moment, Yu Lianzhou replied, "Shi Guang is a magic weapon cultivator. His spirit tool is a spear." Lu Yi let out a long breath. Finally, he wouldn't have to face such a strange opponent. Without any delay, Lu Yi immediately issued a challenge to Shi Guang. Although he wasn't in his best condition, the anger in his heart was about to ignite. He couldn't wait to fight openly with his opponent to relieve the anger in his heart. Shi Guang didn't make him wait for too long. After the challenge was issued, Lu Ye's figure disappeared from the wooden house. Lu Yi and Shi Guang appeared at the same time in a battle arena that was 300 meters wide. They both saw each other's figures at the same time. Lu Yi looked around and found that this battle arena was quite to his liking. When he had been challenged before, he had chosen this type of arena, but it had been smaller. "Lu Yi." Shi Guang held a spear in his hand and pointed it forward. He shouted, "Come and die!" Chapter 404. Although there was no personal grudge between them, Shi Guang was Lu Ye's final opponent on the Spirit Stream list, and he was the last face of the Myriad Devil Ridge. The first place on the Spirit Stream list was a symbol and a status. Neither side would easily allow the other to take it. In the past 10 years, the position had been occupied by Feng Yuechan from the Pill Heart sect. That was inevitable, as she had been stuck in the Spirit Stream realm for more than 10 years. Her peers had all reached the Cloud River True Lake realm, but she was still stuck in the Spirit Stream realm. The powerful foundation she had accumulated over the years was not something that could be challenged by some rising stars. Finally, the 3 malignant tumors on the Spirit Stream list were gone, and the Myriad Devil Ridge could finally take first place. But how long had it been? At most, it would only be 2 months. Lu Ye was the only one from Grand Heaven Alliance. He was unstoppable and kept breaking all kinds of records. Now, he even had the qualification to fight for the first place in the ranking. Therefore, Shi Guang could not lose this battle, and he did not dare to lose. If Lu Yi, who was only at the Heaven 8 stage, took first place on the Spirit Stream list, then all of the Myriad Devil Ridge's cultivators would have to lower their heads. In the arena, Lu Yi looked at the figure whose spiritual power was surging and raised his eyebrows. His opponent's condition was not quite right, as if he had taken some kind of spiritual pill that could temporarily increase his strength. There were such spiritual pills in the cultivation world. Lu Yi had seen a spiritual pill called the Qi Explosion Pill in the secret treasure vault. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the spiritual power in a cultivator's body would increase by 30 to 40%. As a result, the cultivator's overall strength would increase dramatically. However, spiritual pills that could increase a cultivator's strength for a short period of time often had severe side effects. The greater the effect, the more severe the side effects. Shi Guang had clearly taken something similar to the Qi Explosion Pill before entering the arena. If he couldn't deal with Lu Yi within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then he would have no power to fight back. "I'll do it myself," Lu Yi suddenly said softly. These words were directed at Yi. Yi had already entered the ground and was ready to attack at any time. However, Lu Ye's previous battles had been extremely frustrating. This time, he finally met a normal opponent. Although he suspected that his opponent had taken a Qi Explosion Pill, he still didn't want Yi to interfere. On the other side, Shi Guang roared angrily and charged towards Lu Yi like a bolt of lightning. As he charged forward, the long spear in his hand rapidly accumulated power. Lu Yi also charged toward him. In the arena, the distance between them were several tens of meters in the blink of an eye. The mountain saber was unsheathed, and the saber covered in flames. The long spear struck out, as if a sleeping dragon had suddenly poked its head out from its lair. There was a momentary stalemate, and an explosion sounded. After the spiritual force was violently compressed, the two figures were both sent flying back. In midair, Lu Yi felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He hurriedly stabilized himself and grabbed Hu Pa, who was crouching on his shoulder, and threw him to the side. He landed on the ground in a sorry state and retreated several tens of meters before stabilizing himself. Regardless of whether or not Shi Guang had taken a spiritual pill to increase his strength, Lu Yi felt like he had encountered a formidable opponent. While fighting with such an enemy, he couldn't spare any attention to protect Hu Pa. On the other side, Shi Guang also landed. His feet didn't move, but his body slid back nearly 10 meters. Before he could stabilize himself, a figure flashed in his field of vision. Lu Yi had already arrived in front of him, his sharp saber stabbing toward him. An ordinary person would have dodged such a ferocious attack with all their strength, but Shi Guang simply leaned to the side and thrust his spear at Lu Yi like a dragon. A piercing sound rang out as the two figures crossed each other, blood splattering everywhere. A bloody wound appeared on Lu Ye's waist and abdomen, while Shi Guang's chest was also bleeding. This was destined to be a violent battle. Both sides were attacking with the intention of killing the other. No one had any thoughts of retreating, so they were both injured in just the second exchange. However, Lu Ye's injuries were lighter because the moment his opponent's spear fell, he had constructed a defensive spirit rune. Although it couldn't block the power of the spear, it had dissipated a lot of the force. As if he couldn't feel the pain, Shi Guang spun the spear half a circle in front of him. As his left and right hands alternated, the tip of the spear turned into the end of the spear, and he stabbed behind him. The speed of his change of moves was overwhelming. At this moment, Lu Ye's back was still facing him, and the tip of the spear was aimed at the back of Lu Ye's head. Yi, who was hiding in the dark, almost cried out in alarm. Even Hoopa hurriedly prepared to save his master. However, it was as though Lu Yi had eyes at the back of his head as he ducked down and the spear brushed past his scalp. For him to be able to dodge this attack that he hadn't seen, it was undoubtedly because of his strong senses. In that instant, he had felt an intense pain at the back of his head, and a fatal threat had arisen in his heart. Arching his body, he slashed out with his saber. At the same time that his saber landed on Shi Guang's chest, Lu Yi was also sent flying to the ground by Shi Guang's spear. Since Shi Guang's spear had missed, it was pressed down like a whip. Forced back by that saber, Shi Guang lowered his head and looked at his chest. Even though he was wearing a protective treasure armor, he couldn't defend against that sharp saber of his opponent. There were 2 gaping wounds on his chest that were extremely hideous as fresh blood stained his robes. If not for the protection of his treasure armor, those 2 slashes would have taken his life. On the other side, Lu Yi stood up hurriedly as his right cheek twitched uncontrollably. There was even a stick-shaped scar on his face. It was whipped by the body of the spear. That scar stretched from his face all the way to his right abdomen, causing a burning pain. "You're so strong!" Shi Guang praised loudly, his words coming from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yi paused for a moment before replying indifferently, "Same here," although he couldn't wait to smash the other party to the ground and chop him into a few hundred pieces. That didn't affect his joy after being praised like that. The acknowledgement from the opponent was undoubtedly the most genuine. "It's not the same." Shi Guang slowly shook his head. "I've been on the spirit stream list for several months now. Every month, I receive a baptism bestowed by the heavens. Before coming here, I even took a chi eruption pill. That's why I'm able to display strength that far surpasses my original level. But you have nothing. Your cultivation base is even lower than mine." As he spoke, Shi Guang couldn't help but doubt himself. Was there really such a person in this world? His cultivation was higher than the other parties by a small level, and he had been baptized by Tianji several times before, and he had even taken a chi eruption pill. And yet he was only able to fight to a draw with the other party. If the other party had such accumulation, how strong would he be? If such a person continued to live, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the myriad demon ridge. "Are you done?" Lu Yi raised his saber impatiently. "One last sentence." Shi Guang grinned. "Although it's not very glorious, I'm very glad that I took a chi eruption pill before coming in. Otherwise, I wouldn't be your match at all." When the last word fell, the 2 of them pounced at each other at the same time. The death match, just like before, began once again. Saber light and spear shadows, killing intent, burst forth. Violent spiritual energy wantonly scattered in this battlefield that had a radius of several hundred feet. From time to time, blood would spurt out, and there would be clanking sounds of collisions that constantly resounded. Neither of them used any artifact manipulation techniques. From the very beginning, it was a bloody, close-quarters fight. Lu Yi was doing this because he was holding back his anger, while Shi Guang understood that he was no match for Lu Yi in the Tao of artifact manipulation, so he naturally wouldn't embarrass himself. However, as time passed, Lu Ye's strength was clearly increasing. Whether it was his speed or strength, he was much stronger than before. At the same time, Shi Guang's leg swept across Lu Ye's shoulder like a whip. Even though he had activated the defensive spirit rune in advance, Lu Yi was still sent flying by this kick. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times before coming to a stop. He quickly got up, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His left arm hung limply, unable to exert any strength. It was dislocated, So you also took a spirit pill that could increase your strength in advance. Shi Guang coldly snorted. He had clearly felt the increase in Lu Ye's strength, so he mistakenly thought that Lu Yi was the same as him. However, Lu Ye's increase was visible to the naked eye, so he guessed that the spirit pill Lu Yi had taken should be a relatively mild one, not as violent as the qi eruption pill. Lu Yi was too lazy to explain. He hadn't taken any spirit pills to increase his strength. He had only constructed a blood-stained spirit rune on his body. He had obtained this spirit rune for a long time, but so far he had only used it once, and that was during the Battle of Spirit Creek. This was because, after obtaining this spiritual inscription, he rarely encountered opponents who were on par with him or who were slightly stronger than him. The purpose of this spirit rune was to absorb Lu Ye's blood and increase his strength. To put it simply, the more injured Lu Yi was, the stronger the effect of this spirit rune. These days, Lu Yi was often chased by a large group of people. So how could he have the chance to use the blood-stained spirit rune? Challenging Shi Guang gave him this opportunity. Biting the mountain saber with his teeth, he took out a bandage from his storage bag and casually wrapped it around his left arm a few times to stabilize his swaying left arm. During this process, Shi Guang naturally wouldn't just watch. Unfortunately, Lu Ye's movements were too fast. By the time he arrived, Lu Yi had already finished. Facing the incoming spear, Lu Ye's long saber dashed forward, breaking through the spear flowers. Sticking close to the spear, he charged toward Shi Guang. Shi Guang's expression changed. He pulled back his spear to block, and the mountain saber descended. A loud sound rang out, and Shi Guang's body lightened as he was sent flying. With the support of the blood-stained spirit rune, the speed and strength of Lu Ye's saber had undergone an earth-shattering change. The originally evenly matched battle had now turned into a one-sided one. Activating wind force, Lu Ye's figure darted out, leaping high into the air and slashing down with a saber. Although this saber was barely blocked by Shi Guang, the huge force still smashed his body down. Lu Yi nimbly spun in midair and swept out his right leg like a whip. Before Shi Guang could land on the ground, he was sent flying again. Furthermore, this whip leg swept across his head, causing Shi Guang to see stars. Chapter 405. When Lu Yi and Shi Guanggang fought for a while, the latter was slightly stronger. However, Lu Yi could activate all kinds of spirit inscriptions during the battle, especially the defensive spirit inscriptions, which helped him block a few fatal threats. That was why the two sides could fight so fiercely. But as time passed, the blood-stained spirit tattoos gradually took effect, and Lu Ye's strength increased bit by bit, slowly surpassing Shi Guang. The blood-stained spirit tattoos continued to take effect, and Lu Ye's strength continued to increase. At this point, Shi Guang was at a disadvantage every time they fought. Shi Guang was furious. Although swallowing a qi explosion pill could increase a cultivator's strength for a short time, it had very strong after-effects. Moreover, when the qi explosion pill took effect, the cultivator's mind would also be affected, making them more prone to anger. Under normal circumstances, Shi Guang should have noticed the growing gap in strength between him and Lu Yi, but now he was completely blinded by anger. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this opponent in front of him. Climbing up from the ground, Shi Guang turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He narrowed his swollen eyes and looked at Lu Yi, who was rushing towards him. He raised the spear in his hand slightly and assumed an extremely strange posture. The next moment, all his spirit energy poured into the spear like a flood. Lu Yi, who was rushing forward, felt all the hair on his body stand on end. A strong sense of danger grew in his heart, and he immediately understood that Shi Guang was about to use some powerful secret technique. After a brief consideration, Lu Yi did not retreat. He also urged his spirit energy to pour into the mountain pan saber, and the long saber, which was already wrapped in flames, burned completely. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the eruption of spirit energy from both sides caused the space in the entire battlefield to distort, and countless cyclones of various sizes swam around. Hoopu was forced to the edge of the battlefield by the violent power. His small body was pressed against the ground, and he did not move. The two figures rushed at each other at an extremely fast speed. Shiguang pulled out his spear and shouted, "Prairie fire!" A spear shadow appeared in Lu Ye's field of vision, but the spear shadow was like a prairie fire, quickly spreading out. In an instant, Lu Ye's field of vision was filled with countless spear shadows. He didn't care. Instead, he used all his strength to slash down with his burning saber. The spear shadows that filled the sky were shattered into nothingness. The Pan Mountain blade felt as if it had cut through flesh. At the same time, Lu Yi felt a chill in his chest. The tide of spiritual energy slowly subsided, and the two people in the field were still in a deadlock. As far as the eye could see, Lu Ye's Panshan saber had struck Shiguang's shoulder blade, almost decapitating him. Meanwhile, Shiguang's spear had pierced through Lu Ye's chest and exited from his back. Tick-tock, tick-tock, fresh blood dripped down, making a clear sound. The two of them stared at each other with bloodshot eyes, and then simultaneously raised their legs to kick each other. With a loud bang, both of them were knocked off balance by the recoil and staggered backwards. Lu Ye's chest was bleeding profusely, while Shiguang's neck was also spurting blood like a fountain. Ding Lu Ye's long saber stabbed into the ground, but Shiguang couldn't hold on any longer. With a plop, he fell to the ground, his aura weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The time limit of the chi eruption pill was up. The powerful recoil caused his expression to contort, and an indescribable pain swept through his body. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Lu Yi gasped for breath, barely managing to stand up, and walked step by step toward Shiguang. Shiguang's swollen eyes were fixed on the sky above the battlefield, his thoughts unknown. It wasn't until he heard Lu Ye's movements that his lips moved, about to speak. "Roar!" Hoopa roared. However, this didn't stop Shiguang. Since he already knew Hoopo's ability, how could Shiguang not have taken precautions before entering? Under the impact of Hoopo's howl, Shiguang's body was suddenly enveloped by an invisible barrier, isolating him from the impact of the howl. "I admit defeat." Shiguang spat out these two words, his entire body completely relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Shiguang's silhouette vanished without a trace. Lu Yi stopped in his tracks. Yi revealed herself and hurriedly supported him. Looking at the wound on Lu Ye's chest, her face was filled with lingering fear. If that spear had been slightly off target, Lu Yi would have died. In fact, Shiguang's spear had indeed been aimed at Lu Ye's heart, but Lu Yi had avoided it at the critical moment. After a short while, Lu Yi was lying on the bed in the wooden hut. Hua Xiai was sitting on the edge of the bed, her hands surging with pure, wood-type spiritual energy to treat his injuries. Before Hua Xiai could finish treating him, Lu Yi had already fallen into a deep sleep. It was undeniable that the battle with Shiguang was the most satisfying battle he had had since challenging the Spirit Stream list. The anger that had accumulated in his heart due to Ghost Shadow and the others had been completely vented. Although his opponent's methods weren't too honorable, as he had taken the Chi Eruption pill in advance, they were still enemies. Naturally, he would do anything to win. Who cared about honorable or not? Lu Yi didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to have a good sleep. While he was sleeping, the cultivators of the two camps on the Spirit Stream battlefield had completely different attitudes. The change in the Spirit Stream list was immediately noticed by the cultivators. When the first and third positions were exchanged, the cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance were all overjoyed. Their spirits were lifted, and they felt honored. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge were deathly silent. Their hearts were filled with gloom. The thing they were most worried about had finally happened. Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect had defeated Shiguang with his Heaven 8 cultivation base and reached the Spirit Stream list. Such a feat had broken all the records of the 9 continents cultivation world over the years. Before this, there had never been a precedent of a Heaven 8 cultivator occupying the Spirit Stream list. Take Li Baxian, for example. He had been in the Spirit Stream stage for more than 10 years, but had only occupied the top 10. Later, after his battle with Yan Xing and revealing his true strength, he had only reached 3rd place, although the Spirit Stream list's value had decreased greatly after the 3 malignant names had disappeared. The 1st place was still the 1st place. Among the 100 people on the Spirit Stream list, only a Heaven 8 cultivator was at the top, while the rest were all Heaven 9 cultivators. This was a scene that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Furthermore, when Liu Ye had first entered the Spirit Stream list, he had been ranked 33rd with his Heaven 7 cultivation base. This was also something that had never happened before. Apart from him, no one had ever entered the Spirit Stream list with a Heaven 7 cultivation base, let alone being ranked so high. Cultivation base aside, the speed at which he had climbed the list was astonishing. Since he had started to focus on the list, less than half a month had passed. During this time, he had spent 5 days competing with Bailan and the other cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge who had challenged him. In other words, he had only spent about 10 days on the list. In 10 days, he had been invincible all the way to the 1st place of the Spirit Stream list. This was simply shocking. The cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge felt bitter. Was the era of being dominated by one person about to come again? Previously, when this guy had been in the inner circle, he had caused the people of the Myriad Devil Ridge to panic. However, at that time, he had only relied on his own attainments in the Tao of formations to form the Grand Heaven Alliance. Now, he was relying on his true strength. The 2 types of threats were completely different. There was no doubt that the current Liu Yi was more terrifying than when he had been in the inner circle. The only thing that the Myriad Devil Ridge could rejoice about was the news from Shiguang that Liu Yi had been seriously injured in the last battle. He would need a long time to recuperate. Therefore, the Myriad Devil Ridge did not have to worry about him jumping out and causing trouble in the short term. Under normal circumstances, the Myriad Devil Ridge could take this opportunity to challenge Liu Yi and pull him down from the 1st place of the Spirit Stream list. However, looking at the current Spirit Stream list, only 2 of the top 6 were from the Myriad Devil Ridge. One was Shiguang, and the other was the female archer. Only the 2 of them were qualified to challenge Liu Yi. Shiguang was seriously injured, and with the aftereffects of the explosive pill, he would be bedridden for at least half a month. It would be good enough if he could maintain his ranking. How could he have the strength to challenge Liu Yi? As for the female archer, she had used up all her arrows. If she wanted to replenish them, it would take a few days. A few days was enough for Liu Yi to recover. Therefore, unless someone from the Grand Heaven Alliance challenged Liu Yi, Liu Ye's position on the list would be unshakable. Naturally, the people from the Grand Heaven Alliance were not stupid enough to do something that would make their enemies happy. However, the Myriad Devil Ridge was indeed planning to do so. After Liu Yi reached the top of the Spirit Stream list, the cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance in the top 6 were constantly challenged by the cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge. The Myriad Devil Ridge clearly wanted to use these people's rankings as a springboard to challenge Liu Yi. As long as they could defeat these cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance and replace their positions, they would be qualified to challenge Liu Yi. Once they could challenge Liu Yi, given his current condition, there was a high chance that he would not be able to win. Inside the wooden house, Liu Yi woke up with a clear pain in his chest and left arm. He did not have much strength in his body. He slowly got up and yawned. Yi was standing guard beside him. When she heard the noise, she quickly stood up and placed a pillow behind Liu Yi. She asked with concern, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine." Liu Yi rubbed his stomach. "I'm a little hungry. Can I get something to eat?" He smelled a fragrance coming from outside the window. Unsurprisingly, it was Hua Ci cooking. Everyone from the Jade Blood sect seemed to have this advantage. All of them were good at cooking. Second senior sister was like this, fourth senior brother was like this, and Hua Ci was also like this. Wait a minute. Yi floated out of the window. After a while, she came back with a bowl of porridge. He did not know what was in the porridge, but it looked very colorful. Lu Yi drank the porridge while checking the various messages in his battlefield imprint. He chose to reply to some of them. Most of them were congratulatory messages. Lu Ye's cultivation was at the 8th heaven, so he had suppressed everyone and occupied the top spot of the spirit stream list. Naturally, it was worth celebrating. Chapter 406. There were also some messages that invited him to cultivate in their sections. They weren't trying to curry favor with Lu Yi. Lu Yi was now in a lot of trouble, especially now that he was first on the spirit stream list. The myriad demon ridge was even more determined to kill him. No matter which sect he went to cultivate in, he wouldn't bring much benefit to them. The only possibility was that he would be targeted by the myriad demon ridge. Lu Yi naturally refused all of these invitations. The 10,000 poison forest was the best place for him to hide. As long as he didn't show himself, the people from the myriad devil ridge wouldn't be able to find him. He could take the initiative to attack at any time and catch the myriad devil ridge off guard. Although the world energy here wasn't too rich, as long as Lu Yi had enough spirit pills, his cultivation speed wouldn't be too slow. After ending the message, Lu Yi focused on eating his porridge. Hua Ci came every day to treat his injuries. In just 3 days, Lu Ye's injuries were mostly healed. In his spare time, he cultivated and read. His days suddenly became leisurely, without all the previous disturbances. Lu Yi was surprised to find that he was quite comfortable with this kind of life and even liked it. It wasn't until now that he realized that deep down, he wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble. Compared to that kind of thrilling life, he preferred peace and quiet. It was just that people in Jianghu had no choice. In the small courtyard outside the wooden house, Lu Yi held the mountain pan saber. The spirit qi around him surged and crazily poured into the saber. Some time ago, he was invincible in the spirit stream list, but in the battle with Shiguang, he found that he was facing a problem. He lacked a way to make the final decision. It could also be said that it was a trump card. The Fire Phoenix Spirit Tattoo was one of them, but it was difficult for him to activate it with his current strength. Last time, he had been able to activate it because he had made a lot of preparations in advance. Moreover, the aftereffects of activating the Fire Phoenix Spirit Tattoo were too great. At that time, he had been lying in bed for many days under Hua Ci's care. What he needed now was a trump card that he could withstand and use. Shiguang's last spear strike had given him a lot of inspiration. He also remembered the scene when he went to the Pill Heart sect and fought with a Heavenly 9 sword cultivator. From beginning to end, his opponent had only used one sword strike, but that sword strike contained all of his strength. It was similar to Shiguang's last spear strike, which was a blow that contained a large amount of spirit qi. This method was not difficult to use. At the last moment of his battle with Shiguang, Lu Yi had actually grasped the essence of this technique, which was why he had been able to block his opponent's blazing spear. What he needed to do now was to familiarize himself with this technique and perfect it so that he could use it at any time when facing an enemy. Flames blazed as the saber burned. The Mount Pan saber hummed as Lu Yi slashed down. The space in front of him seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared on the ground. He did not activate the Sharpness Spirit Tattoo, but the power of this strike was much greater than before. Lu Yi frowned. He was not very satisfied with the strike because it consumed a lot of spirit qi and physical strength. Moreover, his right arm felt a little sore after the strike. He could at most make 3 strikes in a short period of time before his right arm could not be raised. If this happened in a battle with a strong opponent, he would not be far from defeat. Although he was not satisfied, he had just started cultivating, and there were many areas that could be improved. This was a technique and a saber technique. Since it was a saber technique, it should have its own name. How to name it was a problem, Lu Yi muttered to himself. He recalled the flash of sharpness when the saber fell, and an idea came to him. Let's call it Flash. There was no shortcut to practicing saber techniques other than perseverance and diligence. In the small courtyard, Lu Yi would occasionally pick up the mountain saber to practice. Then he would take some spirit pills to recover. When the soreness in his right arm disappeared, he would continue practicing. Although doing so would slow down his cultivation progress, for Lu Yi, the level of his cultivation base was never the most important thing. The fact that he had been able to reach the top of the spirit stream list with his Heaven 8 cultivation base had undoubtedly proved that point. If he could cultivate the flash to the point where he could use it as he wished, then slowing down his cultivation speed would be worth it. Days passed, and Lu Yi gradually became more and more familiar with the flash. However, he was still unable to solve the problem of the consumption of his saber technique. Such an imperfect saber technique would be very difficult to use against strong opponents. Lu Yi never thought that he would have no opponents after reaching first place on the Spirit Stream list. He would also advance to the Cloud River battlefield. The situation in the Cloud River battlefield was much more complicated than the Spirit Stream battlefield. Even if he could do as he pleased in the Spirit Stream battlefield, he would still have to be careful in the Cloud River battlefield. Over the past few days, several experts from the Grand Heaven Alliance had been steadily maintaining their rankings on the Spirit Stream list. Aside from Shi Guang, who had taken second place on the Spirit Stream list, only the female archer had moved to fourth place. The rankings of the others had not changed much. As for Lu Yi, no one had come to challenge him. Whether it was Shi Guang or the female archer, they all knew that they were no match for Lu Yi. Naturally, they would not come looking for trouble. Half a month later, Lu Yi had opened 320 apertures. It had been 40 days since he had reached Heaven 8. Previously, he had been busy trying to reach the Spirit Stream list, so he had not had much time to cultivate. Recently, he had been practicing saber techniques, which had slowed down his cultivation speed. So, despite so many days, he had only opened 20 apertures. He was still 40 apertures away from reaching Heaven 9. Lu Yi, who was practicing saber techniques in the small courtyard, suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Heavens had descended. It had been 30 days since he had re-entered the Spirit Stream list. It was time for the Heavenly Will to reward him. Over the past few days, he had not left the wooden house. It could be said that he had been waiting for this day to come. Regarding the Spirit Stream list experts being rewarded by the Heavenly Will, he had asked many people to inquire about the situation. So, even if it was his first time experiencing it, he knew what would happen next. Now he was only worried about one thing, and that was whether or not Hu Pai and Yi would be rewarded with him. However, when he thought about it carefully, Hu Pai was his pet beast, which was recognized by the Heavenly Will. Yi was also Hu Pai's nightmare spirit. When he had challenged the Spirit Stream list, the two of them had participated in every battle. Now that it was time for the rewards, they should not be left behind. Just as he was thinking about it, Yi and Hu Pai ran out of the wooden house. Lu Yi, I feel like I've sensed something. Hu Pai too. Yi felt something for the first time, so she could not help but feel a little confused. Just don't resist, Lu Yi said. Hua Si heard the commotion and came out. Their eyes met, and she quickly understood. It's time. Lu Yi nodded. After saying that, Lu Yi, Hu Pai, and Yi's figures quickly faded away and disappeared. In a misty area, the three figures that had disappeared suddenly reappeared. This was the place where the Heavenly Will rewards were given out, the Heavenly Will pool. The mist in the pool was not spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but a type of energy that was extremely useful to cultivators. Absorbing and refining the mist could not only temper a cultivator's body, but also increase the strength of a cultivator's soul. It could also purify the accumulated pill toxins in the body and increase the purity of one's spiritual power. There were many other benefits. Every expert on the Spirit Stream list who could stay on the list for a month would be drawn here by the heavenly will, where they would receive the baptism of the heavenly will rewards and become even more powerful. That was why, when Lu Yi had challenged Shi Guang, he had said that he had already received the baptism of the heavenly will rewards several times. After all, Shi Guang had already been on the Spirit Stream list for several months. Depending on the ranking of the Spirit Stream list, the amount of time a cultivator could stay in the pool was also different. The higher the ranking, the longer the amount of time a cultivator could stay in the pool. Lu Yi had asked Yu Lianzhou about it, and found that he could only stay in the heavenly will pool for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Once the time limit was up, he would be teleported back to his original location. As for the first place on the list, Yu Lianzhou wasn't too sure. Lu Yi had asked his second senior sister to ask Feng Yuechan about it. According to her, the few times she had come to the heavenly will pool, she had never stayed for more than an hour. That was also the reason why the experts on the Spirit Stream battlefield were so obsessed with the Spirit Stream list. Being on the list not only gave you fame, but also real benefits. The spiritual mist here could temper the body, strengthen the soul, and increase the purity of spiritual power. Which one of those aspects did not affect a cultivator's future and strength? It could be said that being baptized in the heavenly will pool would make one's future prospects even greater. The higher one's ranking was on the Spirit Stream list, the longer one could stay in the heavenly will pool. That was a phenomenon. The strong would become even stronger. Perhaps that was the tacit encouragement of the heavenly will, which concentrated more of the rewards on the people with the most outstanding talent. The heavenly 9 cultivators had clearly cultivated to the limit of the Spirit Stream stage. So why didn't they choose to break through to the Cloud River stage? Lu Yi had assumed that the heavenly 9 cultivators wanted to settle down in the Spirit Stream stage for a while to strengthen their foundations. Now, however, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with that idea. It was just that it was not comprehensive enough. The heavenly 9 cultivators all longed to enter the Spirit Stream list and gain a place there. How could relying on their own strength compare to the baptism bestowed by the heavenly will? That was why the heavenly 9 cultivators were not in a hurry to break through to the Cloud River stage. Instead, they were all staring at the Spirit Stream list. However, there was a limit to the baptism. Everyone's situation was different. When the baptism bestowed by the heavenly will did not have much of an effect on the Spirit Stream list, they would naturally choose to break through to the Cloud River stage to avoid wasting their time. Generally speaking, cultivators who qualified to enter the heavenly will pool would reach their limit after 3 or 4 times. Even if they had the opportunity to enter again, refining the spiritual mist would not benefit them much. In the past, there had been rumors that Feng Yuechan, Li Baxian, and Yan Xing, the 3 malignant tumors, had occupied the Spirit Stream list for too long and had been disliked by the heavenly will. Therefore, after the first few times, the monthly baptisms were not given to them. In truth, it was not that the heavenly will disliked them, but rather that the spiritual mist had no effect on them. That was why the heavenly will not lead them here. Within the heavenly will pool, Lu Yi turned to look around and found Hu Pa and Yi by his side. Chapter 407. Without needing Lu Ye's instructions, Yi immediately entered a state of meditation. The light on her body flickered, and as the light changed, the surrounding spirit mist continuously poured into her body. Hu Pa was even more direct. He revealed his true form, opened his bloody mouth, and sucked in. The spirit mist visible to the naked eye turned into a stream of air and was sucked into his stomach. Although it was the first time they were drawn here by Heaven's secret, they all knew that time was limited. Even if Lu Yi was ranked first, he wouldn't stay here for more than an hour. Moreover, this was an opportunity that only came once a month, so they naturally had to cherish it. Lu Yi began to construct spirit gathering runes in his spiritual cavities. He had experienced something similar twice before. The first time was in the 100 Peak Mountains Dragon Spring, and the second time was in the Immortal Essence City's soul cleansing pool. In such an environment, his method could be used to great effect. With Lu Ye's speed and concentration in constructing spiritual tattoos, it only took him a moment to complete all 320 small spirit gathering funnels. He didn't need to worry about what would happen next. These small funnels would naturally draw the surrounding spirit mist into Lu Ye's body and transform it through his own spirit energy. A warm feeling flowed through his body. The effects of the spirit mist here were indeed extraordinary. Lu Yi could feel his body and mind gradually growing stronger. However, if he really wanted to compare, the spirit mist here couldn't compare to directly devouring the blood veins in the scale armor. In terms of strengthening the mind and soul, it couldn't compare to the Immortal Essence City's soul cleansing pool. As for increasing the purity of his spirit energy, Lu Yi couldn't feel it because his spirit energy had always been pure and flawless. Overall, the spirit mist of this heaven's secret pool was like a weakened version of the combination of the Dragon Spring and the soul cleansing pool. However, this didn't mean that it was useless to Lu Yi. On the contrary, it was very useful, because devouring the blood veins in the scale armor was a very violent process. Lu Yi didn't dare to directly devour them in the beginning. Every time Hoopa devoured them, he would be like a corpse for a while. Only when the man and tiger grew stronger could they bear it. Moreover, the blood veins in the scale armor had been completely depleted. In the past, Lu Yi had thought that the scale armor contained an abundance of blood veins, but as he and Hoopa continued to use it, and later used it on the giant armor, the scale armor had completely lost its function. The scale armor was now just a simple decoration. The spirit mist of the Heaven Fate Pond was a very gentle enhancement to one's physique and mind. It wouldn't make one feel uncomfortable. Immersing oneself in it, one's entire body would relax, and one might even feel like sleeping. After constructing small spirit gathering funnels in his spiritual cavities, Lu Yi took out several formation flags and scattered them in all directions, setting up a spirit gathering formation in the middle of the Heavenly Fate Pond to increase the speed of gathering spiritual fog. The effect was obvious. The mist in the pool became thicker. He still hadn't stopped. With his experience in the Immortal Essence City's soul cleansing pool, he really wanted to know if he could do something similar and condense the spiritual fog here into liquid and bring it out. It should be possible to observe the density of the spiritual mist in the pool. Lu Yi hurriedly activated his spirit energy and constructed a huge spirit gathering rune. He then controlled it to turn it into a large funnel. Everything went smoothly. The dense spiritual fog was drawn over and gathered in the funnel. It then clung to the walls of the funnel, condensed into liquid, and flowed out from the bottom of the funnel. Lu Yi took out a jade bottle and placed it at the funnel, ready to collect the dripping spiritual liquid. However, at this moment, an invisible force swept over and destroyed the large funnel in an instant. Lu Yi frowned. Unwilling to give up, he activated his spirit energy to construct another large funnel. This time, as soon as the large funnel was formed, the invisible force appeared again and destroyed the funnel. Not only that, but Lu Yi also had a feeling that he was being watched. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at him in the dark. If he did anything wrong, there would definitely be some unpleasant consequences. Was this the heavenly fate? Lu Ye's heart trembled. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he often heard the term heavenly fate. The daily cultivation life of a cultivator was inseparable from the heavenly fate. He had always thought that the so-called heavenly fate was just some strange rules or laws that were above all living things. However, now it seemed that he was wrong. This heavenly fate was alive. His body became somewhat stiff, and the feeling of impending doom was very bad. Lu Yi activated his spirit energy and tried to construct a large spiritual funnel. However, As soon as it took shape, he felt an indescribable panic in his heart. Inside his chest, his heart thumped, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. After dispersing his spirit energy, the panic disappeared. Lu Yi immediately confirmed that the heavenly fate did not allow him to bring the spiritual fog out. That was why it had warned him. Was it necessary? However, after thinking about it, the spiritual fog was a reward given by the heavenly fate to the experts on the spirit stream list. Only those who had been on the list for a month were qualified to be drawn here. If he brought the spiritual fog out, what kind of reward would it be? It was like going to a banquet. Being able to eat as much as you wanted was a skill, but taking it away was not right. Realizing this, Lu Yi gave up on his previous idea. Although it was a pity, since the heavenly fate did not allow it, there was nothing he could do. He could not fight the heavenly fate with his wits and courage. In the end, he would be the one to suffer. What he was most concerned about was whether or not the heavenly fate had its own consciousness. Or was it really a living thing? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lu Yi found a place to sit down and wait. Other people cultivated by concealing their spirit and qi, concentrating their mind without any distracting thoughts. After all, if they were not focused enough, they would not be able to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, Lu Yi cultivated by himself. As long as the small spiritual funnel was still there, he did not need to worry. As he silently comprehended, his body and mind continued to grow stronger. Lu Yi had never felt time pass so quickly. His vision blurred. An environment he was in changed from the heavenly fate pond to the small wooden house. Only then did Lu Yi realize that an hour had already passed. Checking his body, Lu Yi found that even though his body and mind were already strong enough, staying in the heavenly fate pond for an hour had greatly increased his strength. Conservatively speaking, his body and mind had increased by at least 10%. This kind of increase did not seem like much, only 10%, but it was actually very terrifying. Because Lu Ye's foundation was already very strong, an increase of 10% on top of his already strong foundation would naturally bring about a great increase in strength. Other things aside, if he were to fight with Shi Guang now, he was confident that he could defeat him without getting injured. Of course, this was related to the methods he used. Others who entered focused on absorbing spiritual qi, so no matter how talented they were, their efficiency would not be very high. But he was different. Not only did he have more than 300 small funnel spirit patterns to strengthen his spiritual cavities, he also set up a spiritual qi gathering formation. Not only did he obtain enough benefits from inside, even Yi and Hoopa benefited from it. Lu Yi, you seem to have turned white. Yi seemed to have discovered a new continent and looked at Lu Yi with interest. Nonsense. Lu Ye's face darkened, and he raised his hand to pinch Yi's face. Yes, it feels better than before. Lu Yi suspected that if she continued to cultivate like this, Yi would become no different from a living person. Although she looked no different from other people, she was still just a spirit body. Being pinched by Lu Yi, Yi could not break free and could only cry for help. Big sister Hua Si, save me. Hearing the commotion, Hua Si walked out of the room and slapped Lu Ye's hand away. She then shielded Yi behind her. Why are you always bullying children? Yi poked her head out from behind Hua Si and stuck out her tongue at Lu Yi, looking pleased that someone was protecting her. She then said to Hua Si, Big sister Hua Si, I said that Lu Yi had turned white, but he didn't believe me. Do you think so? Hua Si looked at Lu Yi seriously, and under his nervous gaze, she said, his qi and blood have become much more vigorous, and his face is glowing. It looks like he's pregnant. She then looked at Hoopa. Hoopa too. Is the heavenly blessings effect so obvious? If it wasn't obvious, why would those heavenly 9 cultivators still remain in the spirit stream battlefield? That's why you should go try for the spirit stream rankings. I can defeat you and take first place. Lu Yi suddenly realized. You're quite ambitious, but if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid you'll never have the chance." With the innate skill tree, he was immune to all poisons. Hua Xi's strongest move was useless against him, so she naturally couldn't defeat him. Only now did Lu Yi understand why Hua Xi didn't try for the Spirit Stream rankings. It was because he was currently at the top of the Spirit Stream rankings. This woman's heart was as big as her chest, and she was aiming for first place. If that was the case, then she would definitely try for the Spirit Stream rankings after he advanced to the Cloud River realm. Thinking about that scene, Lu Yi felt sad for the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Now that he had occupied the top spot of the Spirit Stream ranking with his 8th Heaven cultivation base, he had already humiliated the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. If Hua Xi were to occupy the top spot of the Spirit Stream ranking as a medical cultivator, not only would the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators be humiliated, but the Grand Heaven Alliance would also be humiliated, since when did a medical cultivator appear in the top 50 of the Spirit Stream rankings? Lu Yi didn't doubt Hua Xi's ability to take first place on the Spirit Stream rankings. The current Hua Xi had the qualifications to challenge the top 30. His body and mind had both been strengthened, so he needed some time to get used to it. After Hua Xi and Yi left, Lu Yi simply took out the mountain plate saber and practiced his flash saber technique. After just one swing, Lu Yi felt a difference. Not only had the power of the saber increased, but more importantly, his chest didn't hurt anymore. His chest had been pierced by Shi Guang's spear. Although he had recovered quickly under Hua Xi's treatment, her current cultivation was still low. Even if she went all out, there would still be some hidden dangers left in Lu Ye's wound. Previously, every time he practiced the flash saber technique, his chest would hurt a little. Chapter 408. Cultivators often fought fiercely with others. No matter how strong a cultivator's physique was, it was inevitable that they would be injured. Although injuries could be healed, many hidden dangers would remain. Hua Xi's cultivation base was still low, so she was powerless against these hidden dangers. Only a medical cultivator at the level of her second senior sister, Shui Yuan, would have the ability to treat these hidden dangers. In the past, every time Lu Yi returned to the Jade Blood Sect after training outside, Shui Yuan would carefully treat his body and remove all the hidden dangers. Now, it seemed that the spiritual mist in the Heavenly Fate Pond also had the effect of treating hidden dangers. Lu Yi felt his body become much lighter, as if an invisible burden had been lifted. He still focused on practicing his flash. Suddenly, a message came from the battlefield imprint. It was from Yu Lianzhou. "Fellow Taoist Lu, I'm about to advance to the Cloud River realm. In addition, Shi Guang has also advanced to the Cloud River realm." Lu Yi quickly checked the Spirit Stream list. Sure enough, he didn't see Shi Guang's name. It seemed, as Yu Lianzhou had said, Shi Guang had advanced to the Cloud River realm. Not only that, but many familiar names had disappeared from the Spirit Stream list, and a large number of unfamiliar names had appeared at the bottom of the list. The Spirit Stream list changed quickly. Under normal circumstances, a new batch of people would be completely replaced in a few months. No matter how high one's rank was, as long as one entered the Heavenly Fate Pond 3 or 4 times, they would reach their limit. Thus, there was no point in staying in the Heaven 9 realm any longer. As for the Eliminating Leaves Alliance that Yu Lianzhou had mentioned, Lu Yi had heard about it. He knew that it was a temporary organization formed by the Myriad Devil Ridge to eliminate him. Shi Guang was the leader. It was originally a temporary and loose organization. Now that Shi Guang, the leader, had run away, wouldn't the Eliminating Leaves Alliance be like a group of dragons without a leader? He sent a message to Yu Lianzhou, telling him to take care. A moment later, Yu Lianzhou's name disappeared from the Spirit Stream list. Outside the wooden house, Lu Yi was still focused on practicing his blade technique. When he was tired, he would cultivate and read some books. When he recovered, he would continue practicing the Jade Blood Circle. Boundless Island Station. Boundless Island was a first-grade sect with a deep foundation and a large number of talented people. At that moment, a young man was standing in a secluded area, quietly looking at an exquisite pavilion not far away. If Lu Yi were here, he would definitely recognize this young man. He was none other than Luo Ji, whom he had fought before. However, at that time, everyone's cultivation was not high. Lu Yi set out from Blue Cloud Mountain and headed towards the Blue Blood sect's encampment. Along the way, he passed by the territories of the Profound sect and the Nine Stars sect. Because he killed the Nine Stars sect's young master, he was hunted down by the Nine Stars sect. The Profound sect intervened, causing the two sects to fight in the heaven-splitting gorge. At that time, Luo Ji was training in the Jiuxing sect. He was asked by Dong Shai to kill Lu Yi. This fellow was the first true Dharma cultivator that Lu Yi had met. It was also because of him that Lu Yi hated the Dharma cultivator faction. Of course, Lu Yi wasn't as annoying now, mainly because Dharma cultivators were easier to kill. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed since then. Luo Ji's cultivation had also grown to the 7th heaven level. Luo Ji was different from ordinary cultivators. He directly cultivated a heaven-grade secret art. When Lu Yi met him, he was a second-order heaven-grade cultivator with over 50 apertures opened. At that time, Lu Yi was a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator. He and Luo Ji were locked in a fierce battle. In 1.5 years, Luo Ji's cultivation had risen to the 7th heaven level, with less than 300 apertures opened. This speed was undoubtedly very fast. After all, he had a good background and good aptitude. In addition, he had made great contributions to Boundless Island, so when he returned to Boundless Island after the Jiuxing sect's encampment was destroyed, he received a lot of rewards. However, Luo Ji was not satisfied with his current situation. He was still unknown in the spirit stream battlefield. The only thing he could rely on was his identity as a disciple of Boundless Island. However, Lu Yi, who was evenly matched with him back then, was now famous throughout the 9 states. What's more, Lu Yi's cultivation was already at the 8th heaven level, and he was also the spirit stream leader. Under the cover of this bright radiance, any genius would feel ashamed of their inferiority. When he returned to Boundless Island that day, he secretly vowed that one day he would personally defeat Tiger Crossing Mountain, Lu Yi, to wash away his shame. But now, it seemed that this wish was impossible. Looking at the current spirit stream battlefield, she was probably the only one who could defeat Lu Yi. She was the woman he had brought back from the Jiuxing sect. At that time, he did not know what was so special about this seemingly dull woman. When he had gone to the Jiuxing sect's encampment to gain experience, he had followed the guidance of an elder who was proficient in divination to find a person. That elder who was proficient in divination had made a divination and received a prophecy of purple qi comes from the south. So, many disciples of Boundless Island had been sent to the south of the spirit stream battlefield to find the person mentioned in the prophecy. In the end, his luck was better, and he found that woman in the Jiuxing sect. Reality proved that the elder's divination was not wrong. In the Jiuxing sect, this woman's performance was very dull and her talent was not very good. However, after she had followed Luo Ji back to Boundless Island, she immediately received the recognition of the inheritance left behind by the ancestral master of Boundless Island. Since then, she had been unstoppable and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The last time he had seen her was a month ago. That woman's cultivation was already at the 8th heaven level. It would not be long before she reached the 9th heaven level. Luo Ji's own cultivation speed was fast enough, but compared to this woman, it was not enough. "Junior brother Luo, are you waiting for Z?" A voice suddenly sounded. Luo Ji turned his head and saw that it was senior brother Kong Bu, the guardian of his sect. He could not help but blush. "I'm just taking a walk." Kong Bu chuckled. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, you're the only one in the entire sect who can talk to Z." This junior sister, even when I ask her something, she sometimes ignores me. Luo Ji hurriedly said, Z means no harm. She's just a little slow. It was a well-known fact that the girl's personality was slow. Perhaps if you asked her a question today, she would only react the next day and then run over to tell you the answer. Some of the senior and junior brothers in the sect were often baffled by her. Kongbu smiled. Of course I know she means no harm. Junior brother Luo, there's no need to be nervous. Your senior brother is not the kind of person who likes to argue. After a pause, Kongbu leisurely said, Purple Chi comes from the south, Lanzi. Eldest martial uncle's divination skills have become more exquisite. Yes, when I heard someone call her name at the 9 Stars Sex encampment, I knew she was the person I was looking for. It was precisely because Luo Ji had brought Lan Zi back that he had made a great contribution to Boundless Island. By the way, senior brother, I remember that you sparred with Z before. Do you think she can defeat Luiet if she reaches the 9th heaven? Luo Ji asked a question he was concerned about. Yes, Kongbu replied without even thinking. Last time, Z was only at the 8th heaven, but I was almost no match for her. Luo Ji did not know the result of their sparring. Hearing this, he looked happy. That's great. The spirit stream list was so big, and so many 9th heaven cultivators were suppressed by an 8th heaven cultivator. How could the myriad demons Ridge feel comfortable? If Z could defeat Luiet after coming out of seclusion, it would bring great glory to the sect. Based on her cultivation speed, it shouldn't be long before she comes out of seclusion. I hope so, Luo Ji replied casually. By the way, I forgot to congratulate senior brother for entering the top 20 of the spirit stream list. Kongbu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't deserve to be in the top 20. Recently, many people in front of him had chosen to break through to the Cloud River realm, so his ranking had naturally risen as well. In the wooden house in the Myriad Poisons forest, Lu Yi had only been living leisurely for 3 days when he received a message from Feng Yu. 5th senior brother, it's not good. Many people from the Myriad Demons Ridge have surrounded the 3 Sacred Academies encampment. They seem to be targeting you. Lu Yi was puzzled. Targeting me? Why would they go to the 3 Sacred Academies encampment? Feng Yu replied, They couldn't find you, so they came looking for me. I don't know how they found out I was a disciple of the Blue Blood sect. 5th senior brother, what should we do? Wait, Lu Yi replied and hurriedly sent a message to someone else to inquire about the situation. Soon he received some feedback. During this time he had been hiding in the Myriad Poisons forest, and the Myriad Demons Ridge had completely lost track of him. Now that he had reached the top of the spirit stream list and received a baptism from Heaven's secret, the Myriad Demons Ridge could not bear it any longer. Lu Yi was already difficult to kill, and if he continued to grow stronger, no one in the spirit stream battlefield would be able to kill him. Therefore, the Myriad Demons Ridge was now thinking of ways to force him out. As for the fact that Feng Yu was a disciple of the Blue Blood sect, no one had deliberately leaked the news. When Lu Yi had first entered the core circle, he had brought Feng Yu to the 3 Sacred Academies encampment and left her there. Those who were observant would naturally realize this. Not only had the 3 Sacred Academies encampment been surrounded, but even the Pale Heart sect's encampment had suffered an unexpected calamity. In the past, when Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian were in charge of the Pale Heart sect's encampment, no one had dared to provoke them. However, the Myriad Demons Ridge did not care whether the Blue Blood Pale Heart sect had fallen apart or not. Any sect in the core circle that had even the slightest relationship with the Blue Blood sect was targeted. For a time, the Pale Heart sect was miserable. They could not explain anything to the Myriad Demons Ridge, so they could only defend their encampment. Fortunately, the Myriad Demons Ridge only wanted to force Lu Yi out, so they only surrounded the 3 Sacred Academies and the Pale Heart sect. This was to put pressure on Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not care whether the Pale Heart sect was dead or alive, but he could not ignore the 3 sacred academies. His conflict with the 3 sacred academies had been triggered by the sect master snatching 50 disciples from them. He had not fulfilled his promise to the 3 sacred academies to cultivate there. If the 3 sacred academies' encampment was destroyed because of him, the sect master would not be able to explain himself to the 3 sacred academies. He had originally planned to cultivate to the 9th level in the Myriad Poisons Forest in peace, but the wind would not stop. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lu Yi sent a message to Feng Yu. Tell the Taoists of the 3 sacred academies not to panic. If the encampment is destroyed because of me, I will compensate them later. Chapter 409. Guardian Situ Han and Vice Guardian Shirley were anxiously waiting at the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment. After Feng Yu ended the transmission, Situ Han hurriedly asked, Junior Marshal Sister Feng, what did fellow Taoist Lu say? Feng Yu conveyed Lu Ye's words. Situ Han was relieved. With Lu Ye's guarantee, it didn't matter even if their encampment was breached. At most, they could retreat to their main sect in the 9 states. The Myriad Devil Ridge couldn't chase them to the 9 states. There was once a sect called the Sky Expanse sect in the inner circle. Because of Lu Yi, their encampment was breached. In the end, they followed Lu Yi and fought everywhere. Not only did they make up for their losses, but they also gained a lot of wealth. It was a blessing in disguise. Therefore, Situ Han didn't doubt Lu Ye's ability at all. At the same time, in front of the forest of 10,000 poisons, Lu Yi took out his flying spirit tool and soared into the sky. Hoopa crouched on his shoulder. In the small courtyard, Hua Xiai watched him leave. This trip was different from last time. Last time he was only going to the Tianji Business Alliance to buy some things and would be back soon. This time he was going to cause trouble. Therefore, after some consideration, he took Hoopa and Yi with him. Hua Xiai also wanted to go, but Lu Yi left the mother teleportation formation in the wooden house and needed someone to stay behind. Currently, a large number of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were surrounding the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment in an attempt to force Lu Yi to show himself. Lu Yi wasn't stupid enough to go to the 3rd Sacred Academy. Under normal circumstances, as long as he revealed his whereabouts, the 3rd Sacred Academy's crisis would be resolved. Of course, it was also possible that the Myriad Devil Ridge would go all out and directly attack the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment. That wasn't something Lu Yi could control. In the air, Lu Yi took out the 10,000 poisons map and checked the surroundings. He chose a Myriad Devil Ridge encampment 300 miles away from the forest of 10,000 poisons. This was a 3rd-rank sect called the Lianshan sect. After identifying the direction, Lu Yi flew straight there. After being baptized by the Tianji reward, his physique and mind were strengthened. His speed of flying spirit tool also increased by a level. An hour later, Lu Ye's figure appeared outside the Lianshan sect's encampment. Immediately, a cultivator in charge of security sensed the commotion. He rushed over and asked Lu Yi through a large formation light screen, "Fellow Taoist, who is here?" Under normal circumstances, those who came uninvited were all good friends of the sect, and they only needed to inform the sect and they would be let in. But who would have thought that a cultivator from the enemy camp would come here so brazenly all by himself? At this moment, Lu Yi was activating the Insight Spirit inscriptions to enhance his eyes as he probed the nodes of the array before him. When she heard the question, she expressionlessly turned to look at the cultivator. "Who do you think I look like?" The cultivator stared blankly for a moment, then took a closer look. His face fell, and he pointed at Lu Yi. You! Then he activated Lu Yi. Lu Yi is. Lu Yi is. In an instant, the entire encampment was in an uproar. Streams of light soared into the sky from all directions and swept over here. Some people even had doubtful looks on their faces as they flew over. wondering if they had misheard. There had been no news of Lu Yi recently. Why would she suddenly come to their encampment? Lu Yi threw out a few formation flags and embedded them in the formation. As he did that, Lu Yi stopped the flow of spirit qi around the formation's light screen. Then he raised his hand, and as if he was lifting a curtain, he lifted a corner of the great formation and walked in leisurely. Previously, when he had brought giant armor and Fengyu to the Elixir Heart sect, he had used this method to enter the Elixir Heart sect's encampment. Even the Elixir Heart sect, a second-grade sex array, could not stop Lu Yi, much less the Lianshan sect. However, this method did not destroy the formation. Strictly speaking, it did not affect the formation much. It was only suitable for a single person or a group of people to sneak in. Dozens of people had already gathered around, and even more streams of light were rushing over from nearby. Lu Yi had only just stepped into the array when a barrage of attacks rained down on him. Lu Yi was prepared. He hurriedly activated the defense spirit rune to protect himself. At the same time, he activated wind travel and dashed to the side. Even so, the defense spirit rune was shattered. Lu Yi reconstructed it, and the defense spirit rune was shattered again. He broke 5 spirit runes in a row and barely escaped the fate of being attacked. The weapon casket buzzed. 9 imperial weapons flew out in streams of light. Blood splattered, followed by screams. As a third-grade sex encampment, most of the cultivators in the encampment were Heaven 7 or Heaven 8. There were very few Heaven 9 cultivators. Even if there were, they were not strong enough to enter the spirit stream list. Such a cultivator was naturally not enough in front of Lu Yi. Fortunately, the Lianshan sect's cultivators reacted quickly. In just 10 breaths, all the cultivators in the encampment came out. In an instant, the encampment was filled with streams of light. It became very lively. Although Lu Yi had broken into their encampment alone, he knew from the beginning that he could not take over a sect's encampment by himself. He just wanted to make a big enough commotion. Cultivators from the Lianshan sect kept getting killed. Lu Ye's situation gradually became worse. Rampaging through someone's encampment seemed very impressive, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. No matter how strong the defense spirit rune was, it could not withstand the joint attacks of so many cultivators. Throughout the entire process, Lu Yi defended more than he attacked. Gradually, the Lianshan sect's cultivators stabilized their footing. They suddenly realized that this notorious thug was not invincible. In a one-on-one fight, perhaps none of them could withstand a single blow from Lu Yi. However, if all the cultivators worked together, this thug would not have an easy time. After the initial panic, the Lianshan sect's guardian envoy and deputy envoy slowly calmed down and mobilized their junior brothers and sisters to chase after Lu Yi. All kinds of arrangements were quite methodical. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Lu Yi was forced to leave the Lianshan sect's encampment. After a great battle, the Lianshan sect lost 20 to 30 people. Lu Yi was also beaten into a sorry state. However, he did not leave. Instead, he stood outside the sect's great defensive formation, swallowing spirit pills while eyeing the inside covetously. In such a situation, the Lianshan sect's cultivators did not dare to open the formation to chase after him. Inside the formation, Lu Ye's space to move was limited and he was restrained everywhere. However, if the formation was opened, Lu Yi would no longer be restrained and could do whatever he wanted. The Lianshan sect's guardian envoy and deputy envoy naturally understood this point. However, the Lianshan sect's cultivators felt extremely aggrieved to have a single person blocking their encampment like this. For a time, many Lianshan sect cultivators cursed at Lu Yi through the formation's light screen. Lu Yi did not retort. Only children would quarrel. The news of Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect appearing in the Lianshan sect's encampment and sneaking into their formation to cause a ruckus quickly spread. The nearby Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators all rushed over. Although Shiguang had advanced to the Cloud River realm, the Leaf Eradication Alliance did not disband. It was a very loose organization, created solely for the sake of killing Lu Ye. Thus, it did not matter whether Shiguang was present or not. All they needed to do was to maintain contact with the cultivators who wanted to kill Lu Ye. More and more cultivators gathered in the Lianshan sect's encampment. After half a month of silence, the Spirit Stream battlefield became lively again. After blocking the Lianshan sect's encampment for 2 hours, Lu Ye left on his magic tool. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need to stay any longer. At this moment, many myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were rushing toward the Lianshan sect in groups. When Lu Ye left, they bumped into each other. With Lu Ye's current strength, the average core circle cultivator would not be his match unless they formed a group of 20 to 30 people. This was not the Spirit Stream list challenge, where there were all kinds of restrictions and geographical disadvantages. In a battle in the wild, it was a competition of one's foundation and means of killing the enemy. Lu Ye did not lack either of these. He rampaged all the way, and few of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators he encountered could escape with their lives. He did not have a clear goal. In any case, he just kept moving forward and killed the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators he encountered. Since the myriad Devil Ridge wanted to force him to show up, he would do as they wished. He only hoped that the myriad Devil Ridge could bear the consequences of his appearance. After suffering many losses, many people from the myriad Demon Ridge retreated. However, more people joined in the pursuit of Lu Ye. People constantly reported Lu Ye's location. Lu Ye was very glad that he had brought Yi and Hupa. Otherwise, he would not have had time to rest. Since leaving the Lianshan sect's encampment, he had not stopped. No matter where he went, there were myriad Devil Ridge cultivators chasing after him. It was because Yi and Hupa shared the pressure that Lu Ye was able to persevere. The myriad Devil Ridge's plan was very obvious. No matter how strong Lu Ye was, there would be a limit. As long as they could drag it out until he was exhausted, they could easily kill him. It had to be said that although this method was a little stupid, it was the most effective one. Lu Ye had the talent tree and the gluttonous meal, so replenishing his spirit power was not a problem. However, if he did not rest for a long time, his mind and physical strength would not be able to hold on. Therefore, when he sensed that he was about to reach his limit, Lu Ye began to fly in the direction of the Forest of 1,000 Poisons. Now, in the core circle, the Forest of 1,000 Poisons was the only place he could go. As long as he was within 50 kilometers of the Forest of 1,000 Poisons, he could use the teleportation array to return to the wooden house. After resting in the Forest of 1,000 Poisons for a while, he could come out again to hunt the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Suddenly, a message came from the battlefield imprint. Lu Ye focused his mind and checked it. It was a message from Feng Yu. 5th Senior Brother, the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment can't be saved. I'm going back to the land of the 9 states with Senior Brother Situ and the others. 5th Senior Brother, take care of yourself. Seeing this message, Lu Ye fell silent. The 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment could not be saved in the end. It made sense. It was rare for the myriad Devil Ridge to gather a large number of people outside the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment. Since they had the strength to break through the encampment, they could not return empty-handed. Lu Ye sent a message, but found that the message could not be transmitted. Feng Yu's imprint did not disappear, which meant that she was not dead and had returned to the land of the 9 states. If the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment could not be saved, what about the Pale Heart sect? The Pale Heart sect probably would not have a good ending. In the past, the 4th Senior Brother and Senior Sister Feng were in charge, so no one dared to provoke them. Now that the 4th Senior Brother and Senior Sister Feng had both advanced to the Cloud River realm, the Pale Heart sect's cultivators of this generation were not strong. If they were really targeted, it would be difficult for them to keep their encampment. Chapter 410. Just as he was thinking about this, he received another message from the battlefield imprint. Lu Yi checked it and found that it was from his second senior sister. If you have time, go to the Azure Darch City Station. Lu Yi hurriedly replied, What's the matter? Someone wants to see you. Lu Yi felt a little strange. If he was not mistaken, the Azure Darch City should be a second-grade sect in the Force Province. Its overall strength was only slightly inferior to those first-grade sects, and was almost the same as the Elixir Heart sect. However, Lu Yi had never dealt with people from the Azure Darch City. He did not know why his second senior sister wanted him to go there. Since his second senior sister did not say it clearly, Lu Yi did not ask in detail. If Shui Yuan really wanted to say it clearly, she would definitely tell him. Got it. After replying, Lu Yi took out the map and found that his current location was not too far from the Azure Darch City Station. It would take less than half a day to fly there. However, when he turned his head and looked back, streams of light were chasing him like maggots. The cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge were relentless in their pursuit. In this case, it was not good to fly directly to the Azure Darch City. He had to find a way to get rid of the spies who were following him. If he really wanted to get rid of them, Lu Yi had a way. Under the continuous activation of the flight spiritual tattoo, even the sword cultivators who were good at speed could not catch up. After making up his mind, Lu Yi was about to do so when Yi, who was standing behind him, suddenly exclaimed. Before Lu Yi could react to what had happened, he felt the spiritual power around him suddenly freeze, and his body fell diagonally down uncontrollably. Hu Pa, who had been squatting on Lu Ye's shoulder, also widened his eyes and grabbed Lu Ye's clothes with his foreclaws to prevent himself from being shaken off. Although this was a sudden turn of events, Lu Yi didn't panic at all. He immediately looked around and didn't see any signs of a sneak attack. On the contrary, the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who were following behind him were all screaming and falling diagonally downwards. The scene was very pleasing to the eye. Was it a flight restriction? This thought immediately popped up in Lu Ye's mind. If there was a flight restriction in this area, the flight spiritual weapon would indeed be uncontrollable when passing above. However, the spiritual power in his body was also confined. This was not just a flight restriction. If it wasn't a flight restriction, could it be a spirit restriction? That didn't seem right. The area affected was too large. A simple spirit restriction spell wouldn't be able to do this. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind. Before Lu Yi could figure out what was going on, his spiritual energy began to circulate again. Lu Yi hurriedly urged his spiritual energy, and the figure that was originally falling diagonally down flew up again. Lu Yi, I'm afraid the magnetic field is coming. Yi's voice came from behind. With her reminder, Lu Yi finally came to her senses. Ever since he had stirred up a storm in the inner circle and led the Grand Heaven Alliance Coalition Army to attack the 1 to 200 sects encampments in the Myriad Devil Ridge, he had heard some rumors about the 3 disasters in the Spirit Stream battlefield. The 3 disasters of the Spirit Stream battlefield referred to the Spirit Stream Heavenly Lightning, the Protomagnetic Field, and the Falling Leaf. The Spirit Stream battlefield didn't explode with heavenly thunder for no apparent reason. However, when it did, it often signaled the arrival of an insect swarm. That was the busiest time for all of the cultivators, regardless of which faction or sect they belonged to. All of them were fully focused on defending against the insect swarm. The protomagnetic field was another disaster. It was even more difficult to guard against than the insect swarm. Every few years, or even 10 years, a protomagnetic field would appear on the Spirit Stream battlefield. Lu Yi was no stranger to the protomagnetic field. Back in the evil Moon Valley mine, Lu Yi had relied on the protomagnetic field to kill Manadrian as a mortal. That was how he had embarked on the path of cultivation. The protomagnetic field in the depths of the mine wasn't strong. At most, it was an invisible force field produced by the protomagnetic field. However, Manadrian couldn't use any of his spiritual energy and was killed by Lu Yi in a daze. What if the protomagnetic field was magnified 1,000 times or even 10,000 times? What if the protomagnetic field swept across the entire spirit stream battlefield? This was the truth behind the protomagnetic field of the three disasters. Every time this happened, the entire spirit stream battlefield would be filled with the protomagnetic field. The vast spirit stream battlefield's spiritual chi would solidify, and even the cultivators would find it difficult to use their spiritual energy. At this time, the cultivators could not even activate the spiritual energy in their bodies, let alone absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. In the spirit stream battlefield, the only thing cultivators could rely on was their own bodies. For cultivators who relied on spiritual energy to fight, this was undoubtedly a great disaster. But correspondingly, this was spring for body cultivators. Weapon cultivators also had some leeway to display their abilities. As for the Dharma cultivators and ghost cultivators with weak bodies, they were generally hiding in their garrisons, trembling. The howling of the protomagnetic field had its own signs, and when the signs appeared, the entire spirit stream battlefield was quickly enveloped by the chaotic protomagnetic field. Lu Yi was only thankful that this natural disaster had a warning. Otherwise, if they were caught off guard, many cultivators flying in the sky would have fallen to their deaths. As for Yi Ye's low eyebrows, Lu Yi felt that the myriad devil ridge was slandering him. Therefore, when he heard this kind of joke, he just laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. Yi was a spirit body, so her perception of the origin magnetic field was extremely clear. Therefore, she had detected it earlier than Lu Yi. Returned to Hu Po's body, Lu Yi hurriedly said, "When the protomagnetic field filled the battlefield, the only effect on the cultivators was that they couldn't activate their spiritual energy. However, the effect on Yi was great. If she didn't hide in Hu Po's body, it was very likely that she would directly dissipate." After Yi finished speaking, she immediately disappeared. "Hu Po, reveal your true form." Hu Po growled in response. It jumped from Lu Ye's shoulder to behind him and stood in Yi's previous position. Its demonic essence surged as it revealed its true form. Lu Yi took the opportunity to lower his altitude, flying less than 50 feet above the ground. This way, even if the same situation happened again, he wouldn't fall to his death. As a cultivator, if he really fell to his death from a high place, that would be the most tragic way to die. Just as he was done here, Lu Yi once again felt the spiritual energy in his body being sealed. He couldn't use it, and he directly fell from a height of 50 feet. He hurriedly got up and recovered his spiritual energy. He continued to fly forward on his magic tool. After this happened several times, the origin magnetic field really did fill the entire spirit stream battlefield. In an instant, all the cultivators were unable to use their spiritual energy, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth solidified. Not only that, but even the defensive formations of the encampments collapsed on their own. The only things the cultivators could still use were the various functions that came with the battlefield imprint. After all, this was related to the mysteries of the heavens. Even the origin magnetic field couldn't affect it. Lu Yi flipped over and rode on Hu Po's back, leaving behind a trail of dust. The cultivators of the myriad demons' ridge, who were chasing after him, could only watch helplessly. Right now, Lu Yi only had one thought. It was a wise decision to bring Hu Po with him on this trip. Otherwise, he would have to rely on himself to fly. That scene was simply unimaginable. When the origin magnetic field covered the entire spirit stream battlefield, the cultivators of the myriad demons' ridge suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to kill Lu Yi. Ever since this guy had advanced to Heaven 8, he had become very difficult to deal with. Now that he was the top ranker of the spirit stream battlefield and had received a baptism from the heavens, he had become even more powerful than before. If the myriad demons' ridge had too few people, they wouldn't be able to kill him. If they had too many people, they wouldn't be able to catch him. But now that their spiritual energy had been sealed, everyone could only rely on their own bodies. If they could surround Lu Yi at this time, then just a few dozen people would be able to kill him. When they understood this, the cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge, who had been with Lu Yi for a long time, almost looked up to the sky and cheered. The heavens had opened their eyes. But soon the cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge realized a new problem. That was Lu Yi had a mount. It was a white tiger that could use the sound of a tiger's roar to attack the enemy's mind. To be honest, when cultivators' cultivations were low, they liked to subdue and raise mounts. This was because mounts could not only be used to travel, but they were also a very good helper when fighting with enemies. However, once a cultivator reached the 8th order and was able to fly, they basically wouldn't subdue any mounts. If they could fly, why would they need a mount? Even if they subdued a mount when their cultivation was still weak, it wouldn't be able to keep up with the growth of cultivators and would gradually be eliminated. So, if they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lu Yi, they would need to have enough mounts. At the very least, they would need to be able to keep up with others. Fortunately, there was a beast taming school. The cultivators of this school specialized in using their beasts to fight. The strength of a cultivator depended on the strength of the monster beast they controlled. When Lu Yi was challenging the rankings, he encountered a guy who brought 4 monster beasts into battle. In the end, Lu Yi killed all of them on the spot. The corpses of the monster beasts later became food for Lu Yi and Hu Pa to replenish their bodies. For a time, the cultivators of the Beast Tamer School were highly sought after in the various garrisons of the Myriad Devil Ridge. Some of the demon sects even mobilized many flying demon beasts to search for Lu Yi based on his last known location. He had to find his tracks before the origin magnetic hull ended, and then cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. At this time, Lu Yi had already arrived at Azure Emperor City Station on Hu Pa. Originally, it would only take half a day to travel by flying artifact, but it took him 2 days on Hu Pa. This was the result of Hu Pa's speed increasing after his strength had greatly increased. If it were before, it would have taken him 4 or 5 days to complete the journey. He was travel-worn. At Azure Emperor City Station, the defensive array had already been removed due to the magnetic field. All the cultivators had returned to the station and were on high alert. After all, no one knew if an enemy would take advantage of this opportunity to invade. As soon as the figure riding the white tiger appeared outside Azure Emperor City Station, he was discovered by the cultivators of Azure Emperor City. They quickly sent out a message. When Lu Yi reached the outskirts of the station, a cultivator came forward. "Are you fellow Taoist Yi from Blue Blood Sect?" "Yes," Lu Yi replied. The cultivator gestured with his hand. "Fellow Taoist Yi, please." Chapter 411. After a short while in the guest hall of Azure Darch City's encampment, Lu Yi saw a young man in a robe with large sleeves. The young man looked 1 or 2 years younger than him. Now, under the shroud of the magnetic field, the spirit power in the cultivator's body was confined, so it was impossible to determine the cultivation level of the other party. However, since he was in the core circle, he must have converted to a heaven-grade cultivation technique and was at least a heaven-grade 7 cultivator. The young man stepped forward and bowed. "Xiao Changhe greets, 5th Martial Uncle." This address and this name, who is Xiao Xinghe to you? Xiao Changhe smiled gently. "It's my father." Lu Yi understood. Before he joined the Jade Blood Sect, the entire Jade Blood Sect only had the sect master and second senior sister. As for eldest senior sister Wei Yang, who had appeared in the Spirit Stream battlefield, she was actually the same person as Shui Yuan, but for some reason the two had completely different personalities, and even their figures were different. This was something Lu Yi had slowly learned after joining the Blue Blood Sect. In addition to eldest senior sister and second senior sister, there were 2 senior brothers above Lu Yi. One was 4th senior brother Li Baxian, and the other was 3rd senior brother. Lu Yi had never seen this 3rd senior brother, and only knew that he was called Xiao Xinghe. So when he heard the young man opposite him call himself Xiao Changhe and call him fifth martial uncle. He thought of the third senior brother he had never met. Although they were about the same age, it was normal for Xiao Changhe to call him fifth martial uncle since they were third senior brother and fifth junior brother. It turned out that third senior brother had joined the Azure, Darch City. Lu Yi didn't know about this until today. He only knew that third senior brother had joined another sect, but he didn't know which sect it was. Looking at Xiao Changhe in front of him, his third senior brother was also amazing. His child was already so big, and it was obvious that he was talented. "Is third senior brother looking for me?" Lu Yi asked. Shui Yuan had sent a message to ask him to come here and only said that someone wanted to see him. Now it seemed that it should be his third senior brother. Xiao Changhe nodded. "Yes. Originally, my father wanted to invite Martial Uncle to the Azure Supreme Darch City's main sect. However, the primordial magnetic field is howling and the force field is chaotic. The Heavenly Fate Pillar's teleportation is temporarily unable to be used. I'm afraid Martial Uncle won't be able to head to the Azure Supreme Darch City's main sect. The Heaven's Fate Pillar's teleportation required spiritual energy. Now that the spiritual energy in the Spirit Stream battlefield was restricted, the Heaven's Fate Pillar naturally lost its ability to teleport." As he said this, Xiao Changhe handed over a small booklet. "When he sensed that the magnetic field was about to arrive, my father asked me to return to the sect and bring this item, asking me to pass it to Martial Uncle." Lu Yi took it and looked down. The booklet wasn't big, only the size of a palm. It wasn't thick either, probably only a dozen or so pages. It looked like it was sewn out of animal skin. Lu Yi casually flipped it open and saw the densely packed words on it. After skimming through a few lines, his eyebrows shot up. This was actually third senior brother's saber cultivation experience. That's right, he vaguely remembered something. When he first returned to the Blue Blood sect from the Spirit Stream battlefield, fourth senior brother had come with him. At that time, fourth senior brother had been teaching Lu Yi some fighting techniques. He had complained that Lu Yi didn't learn the sword from him, but instead chose to practice the saber like third senior brother. Lu Yi still remembered the bitter expression on fourth senior brother's face when he said this. Since ancient times, those who practiced the saber looked down on those who practiced the sword, and those who practiced the sword also looked down on those who practiced the saber. Both sides hated each other. Even though they were fellow disciples, Li Baxian still wanted Lu Yi to practice the sword with him. This is a summary of my father's saber skills over the years. My father said that he hoped it would be of some help to fifth Martial Uncle. Since he couldn't personally give fifth Martial Uncle some pointers, he could only give this to you. This item will be of great use. Please thank third senior brother for me. Such a summary of saber cultivation experience was indeed a treasure for Lu Yi. He had been cultivating his saber skills all this time, but he always felt that many of his ideas were difficult to realize. Sometimes he had some ideas, but he couldn't find a suitable entry point, and there was no one to discuss it with him. He was like a blind man crossing a river. He had to rely on himself to move forward. Third senior brother's gift came at the right time. Having someone to guide him and relying on oneself were two different things. It could be said that with such a saber cultivation experience, Lu Yi could save a lot of time on searching. My father said that we are family, so there's no need to thank me. Xiao Changhe smiled and replied. He paused and said, Fifth Martial Uncle, my father has been training in the Cloudy River battlefield for the past 3 years and has never returned to the 9 prefectures. It was only a few days ago that he advanced to the True Lake realm and left the Cloudy River battlefield. Therefore, he knows nothing about what happened outside the Cloudy River battlefield. Lu Ye's expression changed. He understood what Xiao Changhe meant. He nodded and said, I understand. Tell third senior brother not to take it to heart. If there's a chance in the future, I will pay him a visit. Also, tell him that I, Lu Yi, am blessed. The people from the Myriad Demons Ridge can't kill me. My father is looking forward to meeting Martial Uncle. Even though Xiao Changha tried to persuade him to stay, Lu Yi didn't stay in the Azure Supreme Darch City for long. The people from the Myriad Demons Ridge were definitely searching for him. If he stayed in the Azure Supreme Darch City, it would bring disaster to the Azure Supreme Darch City. Especially now that the magnetic field was howling, the teleportation of the Tianji pillar couldn't be realized. If a large number of cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge came to attack the Azure Supreme Darch City, it would be impossible for them to retreat to the 9 prefectures. He rode on Hupa and left the Azure Supreme Darch City, heading towards the forest of 1,000 poisons. He missed the small wooden house in the forest of 1,000 poisons very much. He couldn't wait to go back and comprehend the gift from his 3rd senior brother. Although he had only glanced at the first page, he had already been greatly inspired. If he could fully comprehend 3rd senior brother's saber cultivation experience, Lu Yi felt that his strength would be able to reach a higher level. Above the clouds, an eagle flapped its wings and soared high. The eagle's eyes reflected the figure of a young man riding a white tiger. With the cover of the clouds and extremely high altitude, even if Lu Yi raised his head, it would be difficult to notice this almost imperceptible eagle, especially now that the magnetic field was howling and his spirit power was confined in his body. Lu Yi couldn't activate his spirit power to strengthen his eyes and use his eyesight. With his spirit power confined and the magnetic field chaotic, Lu Ye's sense of danger was greatly reduced. This also allowed some of the plans of the Myriad Demons Ridge to proceed very smoothly. This was the last chance to kill Lu Ye. If they failed this time, they might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Therefore, the Myriad Demons Ridge, led by the Yi League, worked together with a large number of sects and cultivators. Hu Po's speed was extremely fast. What surprised Lu Yi was that he didn't see a single person from the Myriad Demons Ridge along the way. This puzzled him and made him feel faintly uneasy. There must be a reason for this abnormality. No matter what, he shouldn't have not encountered a single cultivator from the Myriad Demons Ridge along the way, unless all the people from the Myriad Demons Ridge had retreated to their encampments. Thinking about it carefully, this was really possible. In the magnetic field chaotic environment, cultivators who used spirit power as their source of strength naturally lacked a sense of security. This was the time for them to huddle together for warmth. Although his spirit power was confined, Lu Ye's powerful mind was still somewhat affected. However, if there really were enemies spying on him, he would be able to sense them. Just as Lu Yi passed through a canyon, he suddenly felt a movement from his battlefield imprint. He quickly checked and found that someone was challenging him. His mind connected to the spirit stream list and checked the 5 people ranked at the bottom. One of them was the female archer, another was Ghost Shadow, and the last was a body cultivator. Yu Lianzhou, Shi Guang, and the others had all advanced to the Cloud River realm, so these people's rankings had naturally risen as well. The female archer and Ghost Shadow could be excluded from taking the initiative to challenge him. If those 2 wanted to display their strength, they relied too much on the terrain. Because this was a challenge, the initiative to choose the terrain was in Lu Ye's hands. If Lu Yi chose a battlefield that was only a few dozen feet in radius, both the female archer and Ghost Shadow would be beaten to tears. Therefore, the only candidate was the body cultivator called Zhu Pang. To challenge him at this time, Lu Yi turned his head to look at his surroundings, then looked up at the sky and frowned. Was it a coincidence? Lu Yi didn't believe that it was a coincidence. If he had been pulled into a battlefield by fate, then this canyon would be too suitable for an ambush. As long as the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge blocked his path, he wouldn't be able to escape. He didn't feel like he was being watched, which meant that either no one was watching him or the eyes watching him were too far away, beyond the range of his senses. Thinking back to the strange situation where he hadn't even seen half of the people from the Myriad Devil Ridge, Lu Yi came to a conclusion. He decisively accepted the challenge, but Lu Yi didn't choose the terrain. As a result, He had 4 hours to prepare. As if sensing Lu Ye's intentions, the speed of the hoopa beneath him increased by another level. His figure dashed out, quickly leaving the canyon. He continued forward. In the dark, messages were exchanged. Lu Ye accepted the challenge. Tell brother Zhu Pang to be ready at any time. Zhu Pang is ready. The challenge hasn't started yet. Lu Ye should be stalling for time. What a pity. If we could block him at that position, he would be dead for sure. Don't worry, there's still a chance. As long as brother Zhu Pang can hold on for an incense stick's worth of time, we can form an encirclement. At that time, Lu Ye won't be able to escape. Ask Zhu Pang if he can hold on for an incense stick's worth of time. He said he'll do his best, but we have to move quickly. Don't try your best. You must hold on for an incense stick's worth of time. We're too far away from him now. Without enough time, it's impossible to form an encirclement. He's a body cultivator. Don't tell me he doesn't have the confidence to do this. Zhu Pang said if you can do it, you'll go. He's the last hope of our myriad Devil Ridge. How can he say such irresponsible words? If I had the qualifications to challenge Lu Ye, I would naturally do it. But I don't have the qualifications now, do I? Stop talking nonsense. Calculate his speed and the direction he's heading in. See where he'll be in 4 hours and make preparations in advance. Chapter 412. According to the calculations of the Myriad Demon Ridge, Lu Ye should be able to enter a valley in 4 hours with his current speed. Although the terrain there was not as good as the canyon just now, it was still quite suitable for forming an encirclement. News after news was sent out. Numerous cultivators of the Myriad Demon Ridge rushed towards the mountain valley, preparing to deploy their forces in advance. As long as Lu Ye entered the mountain valley and accepted the challenge, then Zhu Pang would be able to hold on for another incense stick of time. At that time, the encirclement would be complete. At that time, no matter how great Lu Ye's ability was, he wouldn't be able to break out of the encirclement. Only death would await him. The Myriad Demons Ridge's plan was very good. However, only 2 hours later, a piece of news spread. Zhu Pang has already entered the arena. What? Lu Ye didn't wait for the 4-hour time limit? Where is he now? After figuring out Lu Ye's location, the group was dumbfounded. The place where Lu Ye was standing before was actually a flat plain. This terrain was obviously not suitable for an ambush. He sensed something. Quick, quick, quick! We don't know how long Zhu Pang can last. Quick! Send someone to Lu Ye's location. The people of the Myriad Demon Ridge were not stupid. Lu Ye had deliberately chosen to enter the battle arena on a plain. There was no doubt that he was on guard. At this moment, the best thing to do was to quickly surround Lu Ye and Zhu Pang. Before the battle between Lu Ye and Zhu Pang ended, they would form a tight encirclement. Greater than a large number of cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge hurriedly took action, and they felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. They were clearly the ones who were secretly plotting against Lu Ye this time, yet now, for some unknown reason, they seemed to have been led by the nose by Lu Ye. As the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge hurriedly moved, Lu Ye and Zhu Pang appeared at the same time on the battlefield. Logically speaking, since Lu Ye had sensed the intentions of the Myriad Devil Ridge, the safest response in the face of such a challenge was naturally to refuse. However, if he really refused, there would be others who would challenge him until he was kicked out of the Spirit Stream list. If that was the case, he would have to re-enter the rankings and recalculate the time of 1 month to obtain the reward from Tianji. All the time he had spent accumulating would have been wasted. That was why Lu Ye accepted their challenge. As long as he could win this match, no one would be able to challenge him in the future. That female archer and Ghost Shadow would definitely not be looking for trouble. However, to avoid getting surrounded by the Myriad Demons Ridge's members, Lu Ye needed to end the battle quickly and not give the Myriad Demons Ridge too much time to exploit. The white light in his field of vision dissipated, and Lu Yi saw a burly figure not far in front of him. Lu Yi hadn't fought with Zhu Pang the last time he was on the ranking list. That was because when he challenged Zhu Pang had been directly rejected. At that time, Zhu Pang had been ranked in the 30s, but somehow he had risen to the 6th position in a short period of time. In the spirit stream battlefield, the magnetic field howled and the force field became chaotic, causing the spiritual energy within the cultivators' bodies to be sealed. However, it wasn't affected in the arena. Without saying a word, Lu Yi first carefully put away the saber technique book that third senior brother had given him into his storage bag. Then he immediately activated the wind spirit tattoo to strengthen his legs. Leaving behind an afterimage, he charged straight at Zhu Pang. Zhu Pang seemed to want to greet Lu Yi and stall for time or something. However, seeing Lu Yi coming at him so aggressively, he didn't dare to say anything. With a clatter, a strange object was draped over his body. It looked like a mechanism with a huge circular plate behind it. There were 4 mechanical arms on both sides of the circular plate, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. Each of the mechanical arms held a spirit weapon. The spirit weapons on these mechanical arms should have been different types to increase their lethality. However, at this moment, Zhu Pang had replaced all of them with protective shields. Not only that, he was also holding a huge shield in his hands. This shield was twice the size of the other shields and could almost cover his burly body. Including the mechanical shield he carried on his back, there were a total of 6 shield spirit artifacts, tightly enclosing him. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered such an opponent. This guy was clearly going to defend to the end. His intention to stall for time was too obvious. Furthermore, this was the first time Lu Yi had seen a Yenshur on the spirit stream list. This Zhu Pang was not only a body cultivator, but also a Yenshur. With the 2 schools complementing each other, it was easy to imagine how strong his defense was. It was undeniable that when Zhu Pang brought out the Yenshur creation, Lu Ye's interest was piqued. That was because these mechanical arms looked extremely sinister, like the claws of a spider. However, in reality, they were extremely exquisite creations. These creations had a collective name in the Yenshur school, Yenshur armor. Zhu Pang's Yenshur armor was clearly a half-body type armor, because it only covered the upper body. According to Lu Ye's knowledge, the Yenshur of the 9 provinces could create full-body armor. It was a Yenshur armor that could completely cover a cultivator. There were also humanoid Yenshur armor and beast-type Yenshur armor. Lu Yi had seen these things in the books he had taken from Madame Yun. Because the interior of the Yenshur armor was filled with a large number of spirit tattoos. In order to create a good Yenshur armor, one had to first learn the appropriate spirit tattoos. At that time, Lu Yi had developed a strong interest in the Yenshur armor. However, he knew the principle of biting off more than he could chew, so he did not spend too much time on it. At that moment, Zhu Pang was wearing the Yenshur armor. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had the strongest defense on the spirit stream list. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi had already arrived in front of Zhu Pang. His body leapt high into the air, and a mountain coiling blade was unsheathed. A fiery red light surrounded it as he chopped down. Spiritual energy madly poured into the mountain coiling blade. A flash. Lu Yi had used his blade technique, which he was not very familiar with. Facing an opponent who was so proficient in defense, the only way to kill him in the shortest amount of time possible was to use the most violent attack. Zhu Pang's mechanical arms grabbed a shield in front of him. Following the activation of his spiritual energy, the shield shone brightly. It was obvious that he was going all out. Roar! Hoopa roared. Previously, when Lu Yi was fighting on the spirit stream list, Hoopa would only use the soul-sucking tiger's roar when his opponent wanted to admit defeat. However, this time, it knew that it had to end the battle quickly. Therefore, it cooperated with Lu Yi from the start. A sound wave that could be seen with the naked eye fiercely slammed into Zhu Pang's body. His body shook slightly, and the spiritual energy on the shield dimmed slightly. It was obvious that he was affected by Hu Po's roar, which caused his spiritual energy to circulate somewhat sluggishly. With a bang, the mountain coiling blade chopped down on the spirit artifact shield. The violent force behind the blow caused Zhu Peng's body to shrink, almost causing him to kneel on the ground. At the same time, the spirit artifact shield shattered into pieces. Even the mechanical arm that was holding the shield was chopped into pieces. Zhu Peng could be said to have been scared out of his wits. Previously, when he had been challenged by Lu Yi, he had directly refused. At that time, he had been working under the guidance of a martial uncle in the sect to create this half-body armor. At that time, he didn't have the confidence to fight against Lu Yi. Furthermore, his ranking at that time wasn't too high. After creating this half-body armor, Zhu Peng's strength had greatly increased, and he had triumphantly advanced on the spirit stream list. That was how he had risen from the 30th position to the 6th position, which gave him the qualifications to challenge Lu Yi. When he had challenged Lu Yi, he had been confident that he could delay Lu Yi for at least an incense stick's worth of time. However, when Lu Ye's blade chopped down, that confidence had been shattered. A 9 restrictions spirit artifact had been shattered with a single slash, and even the mechanical arms had been destroyed. Was this really a slash from a spirit stream realm cultivator? Now he was only rejoicing that he hadn't underestimated his opponent. When he had activated the mountain coiling armor, he hadn't used any offensive spirit artifacts. Instead, he had chosen to use defensive spirit artifacts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight. Just as Zhu Peng was lost in thought, Lu Yi chopped down with his blade again. It was the same incomplete flash blade technique. Zhu Peng's reaction was extremely fast, and he quickly grabbed another shield to block the attack. With another crashing sound, the second shield shattered and the second mechanical arm was destroyed. Zhu Peng's heart was bleeding. Most of his strength came from the mountain coiling armor. With the 2 mechanical arms destroyed, his strength had decreased by at least 20%. Moreover, the cost of repairing the mountain coiling armor would be extremely high. After the 2 slashes, Lu Ye's arm began to swell with pain. This incomplete blade technique placed too much of a burden on the body. When Lu Yi had practiced before, he would rest for a long time after each slash. Only then would he slash out a second time. Now that he had slashed out 2 times in a row, there was no way for him to use a third slash. Otherwise, his entire arm would be drained of strength, and he might even suffer from internal injuries. However, the destruction of the 2 shields had caused a gap to appear in Zhu Peng's impenetrable defense. In midair, Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed. Spiritual power surged, and a fiery red vermilion bird quickly took shape in front of him. It flapped its wings and rushed towards the gap in his defense. Zhu Peng saw that things weren't looking good and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, at that moment, a tiger's roar shook the sky, causing Zhu Peng's body to tremble slightly. The Fire Phoenix technique had already arrived in front of him. He had no choice but to block in front of him with his shield. The vermilion bird's figure slammed into the shield, and flames soared into the sky. The faint smell of burnt flesh wafted out, mixed with Zhu Peng's muffled groan. Lu Yi had discovered that his opponent's half-body mountain coiling armor, supplemented by his powerful physique as a body cultivator, did indeed have a strong defense. However, correspondingly, his body wasn't agile enough. When facing a weapon cultivator like himself, if he couldn't defend against an attack, he would easily be at a disadvantage. At this time, using Imperial equipment wasn't the best method. Using arts was the best method, because the power of arts could more easily penetrate his opponent's defenses. Lu Yi had already swept to Zhu Peng's side. The sound of his heavy footsteps alerted Zhu Peng. He hurriedly changed the direction of his defense, wanting to block the attack coming from Lu Ye's side. However, at that moment, Hu Po's vigorous figure had already pounced forward. Its giant tiger claws slammed into one of Zhu Peng's shields, causing him to stagger. Hu Po's abilities had never been limited to Tiger's Roar. It was a powerful, vicious beast in itself, and its metal elemental Yao essence manifested its murderous nature. However, there were very few occasions where it would be required to take action. Normally, when it encountered an enemy, Lu Yi would be able to take care of it on its own. If Lu Yi couldn't take care of it, it wouldn't be of any use. However, it was different this time. Lu Yi needed to take care of this opponent who had defended himself to the teeth in the shortest amount of time possible. This gave Hu Pa room to display its abilities. Chapter 413. Before this battle, Zhu Pang had made an extremely wrong decision, which was to focus all of his power on defense. In fact, if he had performed normally, he might not have been in such an awkward situation. However, completely abandoning his offensive methods in exchange for defense did not bring him much safety. This was also because of Lu Ye's fierce reputation. Even if he had the hidden dragon armor and his strength had increased greatly, he still did not have the confidence to defeat Lu Yi. He had indeed made his defense impenetrable, but when a flaw appeared in this impenetrable defense, he no longer had any room to fight back. At the same time that Hu Po's huge tiger claw slammed down, Lu Yi also launched an attack from the side. The sharp blade was wrapped in killing intent, causing Zhu Pang's body to turn cold. He focused all of his attention on Lu Yi and Hu Pa, using all of his power to defend against the attacks from the man and the tiger. However, at that moment, a violent surge of spiritual power came from the side of his body. A huge impact swept over, rushing through the gap in Zhu Pang's defense and fiercely slamming into his body. In that instant, Zhu Pang felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. If not for his strong physique as a body cultivator, this attack would have been enough to take his life. Even so, the sharp attack tore through his qi, blood, and spiritual power defense, leaving behind bloody wounds on his body. He could even faintly see his squirming organs. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the attack, his eyes narrowing. In his field of vision, he saw the reflection of a young girl. The spiritual power around her was boiling, condensing into a violent technique. The attack that had hit him just now had come from this young girl. What was going on? Zhu Pang was stunned. The challenges of the Spirit Stream list had always been one-on-one. Lu Iya had a pet beast, and bringing it in was not a big deal. This was permitted by Tianji. After all, there was a school of beast taming in this world. Cultivators used their monster beasts to fight. If they were not allowed to bring their pet beasts, then the beast taming school's cultivators would not have much fighting power. But what was going on with this young girl? She couldn't be a pet beast, right? This was completely illogical. The first thought that popped into Zhu Pang's mind was that Lu Ye had used some unimaginable method to bypass Tianji's surveillance and brought a group of Dharma cultivators to beat him up. However, he soon felt that such a matter was impossible. The Heavenly Mystery sect was high and mighty, and had always been fair and just. This was especially true for the Spirit Stream list challenges, which had never had any problems since ancient times. There was no reason for such a huge oversight. But soon he no longer had to think about these puzzling questions, because under Yi's barrage of spells, Zhu Pang's burly body was like a canoe drifting in the middle of a stormy sea, swaying unsteadily. Lu Yi and Hu Pu were also attacking from the side, along with the shattering of another shield spirit tool. A great sense of crisis enveloped him, and the aura of death assaulted his face. Hu Pa howled madly, and the soul-absorbing impact caused Zhu Pang's face to contort in pain. Blood flowed from his nostrils, and there was a vague thought in his mind that kept urging him to admit defeat. However, he couldn't concentrate, and the words that were at the tip of his tongue couldn't leave his mouth. Even more spells landed on his burly body. A sharp saber pierced through the gap in his defenses, pierced through his chin, and came out from the top of his head. The chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy abruptly calmed down at this moment. Yi dispersed the technique she had condensed in her hand, and Hu Pa also retreated to the side. He crouched down slightly, looking like he could explode with an attack at any time. Pete, drip, drip. Blood dripped onto the ground. Zhu Pang lowered his eyes and looked at the young man who was close to him. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and unwillingness to accept his current situation. Lu Yi pulled out his blade. Blood spurted out, and the burly figure fell to his knees with a thud. Then he slowly prostrated himself on the ground, and the ground beneath his corpse was quickly dyed red with blood. His life force dissipated. Yi quickly went forward and collected the spoils of war. She put the other party's damaged armor into her storage pouch, then tossed the storage pouch to Lu Yi. Only then did she flash back into Hupo's body. At this time, Lu Yi had already taken out many bandages and healing pills from his storage pouch. He also took out a bundle, wrapped it up, and tied it to Hupo's back. Accepting Zhu Pang's challenge was just the beginning. If his predictions were correct, he would probably have to kill his way out. Under the howling of the magnetic field, spiritual energy was completely sealed, and there was no way to open his storage pouch. Naturally, these healing items had to be prepared first. Not only that, Lu Yi also specially found a few sabers that were similar in shape to the mountain saber from the many spoils of war. When everything was ready, Lu Yi stuffed a few healing pills into his mouth, then turned around and rode on Hupo's back. Only then did he allow Tianji to teleport him out of the arena. When he returned, it was still that boundless plain. Just as his vision recovered, a strong gust of wind attacked from the side, ruthlessly slamming into Hupo. Even with Hupo's strength, he staggered a little from the impact. An angry tiger roar rang out, and a tiger claw slammed down in the direction of the attack. Accompanied by a mournful roar, the sharp tiger claw scraped off a layer of flesh. At the same time, a fierce attack attacked Lu Yi. Almost instinctively, Lu Yi slashed back with his saber. With a clang, the spirit weapon that was slashing towards Lu Yi was sent flying. There were even cries of surprise from cultivators. It was only then that Lu Yi saw clearly who had attacked him and Hupo. It was a myriad demon's ridge cultivator riding a rhinoceros demon beast. The one that had crashed into Hupo was the demon beast, and the one attacking Lu Yi was the cultivator on its back. However, both the demon beast and the cultivator on its back had suffered a great loss. When the two figures passed each other, the cultivator even fell directly from the rhinoceros's back. Lu Yi raised the long saber in his hand and was about to end the cultivator's life when a few huge figures rushed over from all directions. They were all cultivators riding different demon beasts. Although he had killed Zhu Pang at an extremely fast speed in the battle arena, there were still some cultivators from Myriad Demon's Ridge who had rushed to his original position and attacked him as soon as he appeared. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. Without needing Lu Ye's instructions, Hupo had already leaped high into the air, directly jumping out of the encirclement of the demon beasts. In midair, Lu Yi bent down and slashed with a saber. A cultivator stabbed a spear at Hupo's waist. With a crisp clang, Hupo landed 100 feet away and sprinted away. The cultivators behind him hurriedly turned their mounts around and chased after him. For a moment, on the plain, a snow-white figure dashed forward. The pursuers behind him were unwilling to let him go, and they were shouting loudly, "Lu Ye is here! Quickly kill Lu Ye! Don't let him escape!" Looking down from the sky, more cultivators riding demon beasts were converging. Although there weren't many of them, there were still more than 30 of them. Lu Yi was only glad that he had killed Zhu Pang quickly enough. If he had come out of the battle arena a dozen breaths later, he would have been surrounded by the people from Myriad Demon's Ridge. Whoosh! 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 An attack came from above. This attack caught Lu Yi and Hupo somewhat unprepared. Even though Lu Ye's reaction was extremely fast and blocked some of the attacks with his long saber, some attacks still landed on him and Hupo. However, a comical scene occurred. Although those attacks hit him and Hupo, the damage they caused was almost negligible. Lu Yi looked up and saw more than 10 figures of birds in the sky. There were also some myriad demons ridge cultivators standing on the backs of the birds. At this moment, they were all holding long bows and continuously shooting arrows downward. However, how powerful could arrows without the support of spirit power be? Regardless of whether it was Lu Yi or Hupa, they could block the attacks with their physical bodies alone. Those arrows would at most cause some scratches to Lu Yi. As for Hupa, there wouldn't even be a scratch left. How can Lu Yi's physique be so strong? The myriad demons ridge cultivators were all shocked when they saw that Lu Yi's arrows were unable to do anything to him. They originally thought that, with their flying mounts, they would definitely be able to kill Lu Yi. However, it now seemed that they had been too naive. Lu Yi's physique was a little too strong. Strictly speaking, the changes to his physique had slowly begun after he tempered his body with the dragon spring. The dragon spring itself wasn't very effective, but Lu Yi had brought out a scale armor from the dragon spring. The scale armor was rich in blood qi and had the effect of strengthening his physique. Lu Yi used the scale armor to temper his physique and strengthen his blood qi and blood. Now, the blood qi in the scale armor had been completely consumed. Moreover, every time he returned to the Jade Blood Sect, the medicinal cuisine cooked by Shui Yuan had the effect of strengthening his physique. One had to know that the blood-red trout in the Moon Lake had been used to temper the bodies of the Jade Blood Sect's disciples. Every official disciple only had a share of one, and Lu Yi had eaten a lot of them back in the sect. In addition, ever since he cultivated the gluttonous feast, his appetite was much larger than the average person's. He ate a lot, and all of it was converted into his blood qi and blood. Naturally, his physique had slowly become stronger. However, he had never cultivated his body using the methods of a body cultivator, so his physique wasn't considered burly. There was also the baptism bestowed upon him by the heavens. With all of these accumulations, Lu Yi's physique was naturally far inferior to that of a talented fellow like Giant Armor. However, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to ordinary body cultivators. In fact, he was even stronger. As for Hupa, it went without saying. Hupa had devoured the most blood qi in the scale armor. If the scale armor's blood qi was divided into 10 parts, Hupa would take 50%, Lu Yi would take 30 to 40%, and Giant Armor would take 20%. Moreover, Hupa was a monster beast and had learned the cultivation method of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon from Giant Armor. In terms of the strength of his physique, Hupa was comparable to 2 or 3 Lu Yis. When he circulated his monster qi, even if a cultivator attacked him with a spirit weapon, they wouldn't necessarily be able to hurt him. The benefits of having thick skin and thick flesh were evident. If an ordinary cultivator was hit by an arrow like this, they would definitely be injured. Once the injuries accumulated, they wouldn't be far from death. However, neither Lu Yi nor Hupa were affected by the arrow. At first, Lu Yi used his long saber to block the attack from above, but when he realized that the attack was no different from scratching an itch, he ignored it. Chapter 414. Lu Yi had broken out of the encirclement and escaped. The news spread like wildfire. Many myriad Devil Ridge cultivators checked the Spirit Stream list in shock and discovered that Zhu Peng, who was originally ranked 6th, had disappeared. Less than 30 breaths of time had passed since Lu Yi entered the battlefield and reappeared. But Zhu Peng's name had already been erased from the Spirit Stream list. This undoubtedly meant one thing. Zhu Peng had been killed. What kind of trash was that Zhu Peng? The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators in front of him constantly set up formations to intercept him. This was unavoidable. With Hupo's current speed, ordinary demon beasts simply couldn't catch up to him. However, there were a dozen or so flying demon beasts in the sky that he couldn't shake off. They constantly reported Lu Yi's location in all directions. The nearby myriad Devil Ridge cultivators could naturally make some arrangements in advance based on the direction Lu Yi had fled in. Facing these interceptions, Lu Yi avoided them as much as he could. If he couldn't, he would directly kill his way out. After advancing for 1 hour, another group of cultivators from the myriad demons' ridge blocked their path. There weren't too many of them, only around 30 or so. However, judging by their calm demeanor, it was clear that they had been here for quite some time. Looking at the figures and attire of these myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, there was no doubt that they were all body cultivators and weapon cultivators. With the whistling of the origin magnetic field and the restriction of spiritual power, the weak magic cultivators and ghost cultivators didn't dare to show their faces. As for medical cultivators, they didn't dare to show their faces. Facing the youth riding the white tiger, the body cultivators at the front of the group took up a blocking stance. The weapon cultivators at the back also gripped their spirit weapons tightly. There was even a body cultivator who roared loudly, "Luia, quickly come and die!" Luia didn't bother to pay attention to them. Without his command, Hooper rushed to the side. Although he wasn't afraid of these myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, and was even confident that he could kill some of them, he was still alone. If he could avoid a battle, he would do his best to save his strength and energy. However, just as Hooper rushed out 300 feet, Luia suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. At the same time, Hooper, who was running forward, staggered. The ground beneath his feet caved in, forming a pit. The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators had dug a pit in advance, and the pit was filled with sharp weapons. If Hooper were to fall into such a trap, he might not lose his life, but he would definitely be in a sorry state. At that time, it would be difficult for him to escape when the people from the myriad Devil Ridge surrounded him. In an instant, Lu Yi understood the intentions of the myriad demons' ridge cultivators. They had deliberately flaunted their strength in order to lure him to take a detour. If he chose to do so, he would fall into their trap. This was because no matter which direction he took, there would always be such traps. Fortunately, Hoopo's reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment he sensed that something was wrong beneath his feet, he leaped high into the air. With a crash, a few well-hidden figures suddenly emerged from the flat ground in front of them. At the same time that those people appeared, a row of barricades suddenly appeared on the flat ground. The sharp spikes were slanted in the direction of Hoopo's jump. Not only that, but further behind, 6 people also leaped into the air and pulled out a large net to cover the front. The myriad Devil Ridge's careful deployment was beginning to show. Now that Hoopo was in midair, he had nowhere to borrow strength. If he were to fall directly, he would definitely crash into the sharp barricades. No matter how tough Hoopo's skin was, he would definitely be injured if he crashed into them. If he was not careful, he might even be pierced through. A tiger's roar shook the sky. Hoopa had obviously sensed the danger, but he was powerless to change anything. Although he was psychic and knew human nature, he was only a demonic beast after all. How could he understand the treachery of human nature? Seeing that Hoopo's body was beginning to fall, the eyes of the group of myriad Devil Ridge cultivators shone with anticipation. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly flipped down from Hoopo's back and grabbed one of Hoopo's big ears. While he was in midair, he forcefully twisted his body, and with the help of the spinning force, he forcefully flung Hoopo away, changing Hoopo's landing spot. Meanwhile, he himself was crashing towards the barricades. In an instant, he was right in front of Hoopo. Lu Ye's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He grabbed a sharp thorn and pressed his palm against it, leaping over the sharp obstacle. When he landed, he slid several feet away before he could stabilize himself. Roar! Hooper roared angrily. When he landed heavily, a large net was already covering his head. The large net, pulled out by the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, was originally aimed at Lu Yi. However, Lu Ye's movements were more agile than Hoopo's, so they couldn't target him. They could only settle for the next best thing, which was to cover Hoopo first. Lu Yi had just stabilized himself when he was surrounded by the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. There were also the 30 or so cultivators he saw earlier, and they were all rushing over. Hoopo was roaring angrily, trying to break free from the large net. If it was an ordinary object, Hoopa could easily tear it apart with his powerful strength. However, the large net was obviously a spiritual weapon. Although the cultivator's spiritual power was restricted and there was no way to unleash the true power of the large net, its tenacity was obvious. Hoopa was trapped inside and couldn't break free for the time being. "A few more, we can't hold him down any more," someone roared in panic. The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators had underestimated Hoopa's strength. 6 cultivators from the core circle joined forces, and all of them were body cultivators and weapon cultivators. However, even with the help of a spiritual net, they still couldn't suppress the enraged Hoopa. Instead, they were almost injured by Hoopa's charge. A few of the 30 or so cultivators who came to support Hoopa immediately rushed over. Each of them held a corner of the spiritual net and exerted pressure on Hoopa. While Hoopa was trapped, Lu Yi was already fighting with the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators surrounding him. He knew that his time was limited, so he naturally wouldn't just stand there stupidly. If he couldn't rescue Hoopa in a short time and fight his way out of the encirclement, he was afraid that he would really die here this time. He could only see so many myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, but there were even more enemies rushing over from places he couldn't see. Therefore, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The mountain pan saber was already out of its sheath, and it charged straight at a body cultivator. In the blink of an eye, it closed in and slashed down at the body cultivator. This body cultivator also held a saber-shaped spirit artifact in his hand. However, it was an orthodox machete, wider and shorter than Lu Ye's mountain pan saber. When the machete slashed down, the body cultivator also met it with his own machete. A clanging sound rang out. The body cultivator's eyes widened, and the machete in his hand flew out. When cultivators couldn't use their spirit energy, they could only rely on their own physique. Under normal circumstances, this body cultivator with only a celestial 8 cultivation level wouldn't dare to fight Lu Yi head-on, no matter what. Who didn't know that Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect could kill cultivators of the same cultivation level as if they were chickens? However, this was the time for body cultivators to shine. He felt that he could at least restrain Lu Yi. However, the result shocked him to his core. The other party's strength was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. The moment the machete in his hand flew out, the web between his thumb and forefinger cracked. Immediately after, a flash of saber light flashed in front of his eyes. The body cultivator immediately covered his throat and staggered back. Blood flowed between his fingers. After killing a body cultivator with 2 machetes, Lu Yi was also hit by several spirit artifacts at the same time. His body trembled slightly and he felt pain. Obviously, he was injured. His physique was indeed very strong, but it wasn't to the extent that he could completely ignore sharp weapons, especially when they were wielded by cultivators from the core circle. Not caring about his injuries, Lu Yi slashed to the side again. This time his opponent was a weapon cultivator holding a long spear. Seeing the machete light coming, the weapon cultivator was terrified and obviously wanted to retreat. However, the machete was too fast. Just as he thought about it, the machete had already landed on his chest. As if he had been hit by a mountain, the weapon cultivator immediately flew into the air. His chest was split open and blood spurted out. He fell to the ground on his back, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lu Yi knew that in a situation like this where he was surrounded, he absolutely could not stand still. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by the enemy's attacks from all directions. Once the enemy formed a circle, he would be led by the nose by the enemy. Therefore, he constantly waved the machete in his hand. He focused on one direction and killed. As long as he killed fast enough, the enemies would never be able to attack him from behind. As for the attacks from the front and sides, he could block or ignore them depending on the situation. Most of the time he ignored them because he wanted to kill this group of people in the shortest time possible, so he could only trade injuries for lives. 1 machete for a weapon cultivator 2 machetes for a body cultivator. When Lu Yi killed his way out of the myriad devil ridge, 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground along the way. Less than 10 breaths of time. The mountain plate saber was covered in blood, and Lu Ye's body was also covered in wounds. He turned around, shook off the blood on the mountain plate saber, and once again charged toward the group of people from the myriad devil ridge. His powerful physique allowed him to surpass spirit stream realm cultivators in terms of strength and speed. Under the restriction of spiritual energy, all cultivators were unable to use their own spiritual energy. The advantage of having a powerful physique was imperceptibly magnified to the extreme. Looking at the blood-soaked youth with drooping eyes and an expressionless face, even if there were dozens of people from the myriad devil ridge, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Lu Yi had killed 7 or 8 people in a single charge. At this rate, everyone here would be killed in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Hold on, there are still many fellow cultivators on the way. Even though the body cultivator closest to Lu Yi was panicking, he still loudly encouraged the others. Immediately, someone else echoed, "That's right. If we don't kill him this time, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future. Fellow cultivators, don't be afraid. Delay him and we'll win." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yi charged toward them again. "Kill!" The body cultivator who had shouted earlier roared and was the first to meet Lu Yi, brazenly and fearless. However, when the machete slashed down, the body cultivator's head flew high into the air. After another round of killing, Lu Ye's body was covered in more and more wounds. His body was covered in blood, both his own and the enemy's. Along the way, nearly 10 myriad devil ridge cultivators lay dead. This time, Lu Yi didn't stop. Instead, he charged toward Hupa. Although he had the ability to kill everyone here, if he really did so, he wouldn't have an easy time. The injuries that the myriad devil ridge cultivators left on his body weren't serious, but there were too many of them. Almost every time he killed someone, there would be a few more wounds on his body. Chapter 415. Most importantly, Hupo's current situation was far from good. Nearly 10 myriad devil ridge cultivators were controlling the spirit net, trapping Hupo within. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from the spirit net's shackles. There were also 2 cultivators. One of them was lying on the ground with his head split open, his life force gone. The other had his chest caved in and was heavily injured. These 2 fellows had clearly been attacked by Hupo while they were trying to control it. When Hupo's huge tiger claws came crashing down, no spirit stream stage cultivator would be able to withstand it without being able to circulate their spiritual power. These 2 were unlucky. If there was only this spirit net, Hupo wouldn't be in any danger. More importantly, there were still cultivators riding flying demonic beasts in the sky. These people had originally wanted to kill Lu Yi and Hupo with their arrows, but they hadn't been able to do so. Previously, they had been acting as spies, monitoring Lu Ye's movements and informing everyone. Lu Yi was on a killing spree, so they didn't dare to come down and provoke him. However, they could still do something to Hupa. When Hupa was wrapped in the spirit net, the cultivators controlled their flying demonic beasts to grab onto a corner of the spirit net. Clearly, they wanted to bring Hupa into the air. Arrows couldn't kill Hupa, but if they were high enough, they could drop him to his death. By the time Lu Yi charged over, Hupa was already wrapped in the spirit net and was 10 meters off the ground. As he charged towards Hupa, Lu Yi exerted strength in his legs and leapt high into the air, viciously slashing at the claws of a flying demonic beast. The demonic beast clearly sensed danger. Before Lu Ye's attack could reach it, it hastily spread its wings and flew high into the air, simultaneously releasing the spirit net it was holding onto. Lu Yi took advantage of the opportunity to climb onto the spirit net. Stepping on the spirit net's knots, he rushed to the other side in a few leaps. He stared at the flying demonic beast and raised his blade, ready to slash. How could the cultivator on the demonic beast's back let Lu Yi slash with his blade. He immediately controlled his mount to release the spirit net and soar into the air. At the same time, Hoopa struggled in the spirit net and finally broke free from its shackles. His sturdy body fell down. Lu Yi didn't continue to tangle with him and jumped down with him. Below them, the cultivators of Myriad Devil Ridge, who had recovered from their shock, once again got into formation. When Hoopa and Lu Yi landed, they all slashed their blades. Hoopa roared angrily while Lu Yi groaned. In an instant, both the man and the tiger had suffered quite a few injuries. "Let's go." Lu Yi jumped onto the tiger's back and gritted his teeth. Hoopa stared in one direction and dashed forward. Anyone who dared to block his path would either be knocked away by Hoopa or killed by Lu Yi with a single slash. After being entangled for a short while, he was covered in blood and killed his way out of the encirclement, fleeing straight ahead. The remaining myriad demons, Ridge, cultivators, did not give chase. Instead, they looked at the fleeing man and tiger with lingering fear. In this short confrontation, nearly half of the 30 to 40 people had died, but they still couldn't kill Lu Yi. This battle made them deeply realize how unreasonable it was for a person to be strong. None of them had mounts, so they couldn't catch up to them. Their mission had been completed. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, Lu Yi didn't have it easy either. They could only leave the rest to the fellow cultivators in front of them. They didn't give chase, but the cultivators on flying beasts continued to follow them in the air. Within a radius of a few dozen miles, any cultivator from the Myriad Devil Ridge would know where Lu Yi was just by looking up. Lu Yi knew that this couldn't go on. If he didn't think of a way to get rid of those flying demonic beasts, he wouldn't be safe no matter where he went. He was quite experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. The enemy had control of the air and could monitor his movements. Then he only needed to escape into the depths of the mountains and forests. He could use the geographical advantage to cover his tracks and get rid of those omnipresent spies. He couldn't open his storage bag and couldn't use the 10 points map. Lu Yi followed his memory and quickly thought of a place to go. He directed Hoopa in a different direction. An hour later, the man and tiger rushed out of the boundless plains and into a forest. This place didn't have the unique environment of the hidden fog mountain, but the forest was deep, the trees tall, and the foliage thick. Even if the myriad demons Ridge cultivators were riding flying demonic beasts, it wouldn't be easy to find him in this place. After entering the forest, the tiger galloped all the way to the depths of the forest and finally got rid of those flying demonic beasts. After finding a cave, the man and the tiger both laid there exhausted. After a long time, Lu Yi stood up and tore off his blood-soaked clothes. He then took the bag from Hoopo's back. Fortunately, the bag he prepared in the battlefield hadn't been lost. There were many bandages and ointments inside, as well as some healing pills and daily necessities. First, Lu Yi gave himself and Hoopa some healing pills. Then he took out some ointments and smeared them on his wounds. He grimaced in pain. After busying himself, Lu Yi wrapped himself up like a dumpling and bandaged Hoopo's wounds. It wasn't easy to start a fire, so he took out some jerky from the bag and shared it with Hoopa. After filling his stomach a little, Lu Yi felt a little better. He leaned against the cave wall and closed his eyes to rest. Hoopa also lay down beside him, his stomach constantly rising and falling. Less than an hour later, Lu Yi opened his eyes. There seemed to be some movement outside. Hoopa also raised his head, apparently sensing something. There was no end to it. Lu Yi got up and flipped onto the tiger's back. Hoopa rushed out of the cave and met a few Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who were searching in their direction. When they saw each other, those people were clearly stunned. Before they could react, Hoopa had already rushed in front of them and slapped down with his huge tiger claws. At the same time, Lu Yi raised his saber and slashed down. Short screams rang out as several Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators lay in pools of blood. Hurriedly collecting his spoils of war, Lu Yi rode Hoopa again and began to flee. Everyone in Myriad Devil Ridge knew that this was the best chance to kill Jade Bloodsex, Lu Iya. Now that his whereabouts had been exposed and he had the help of Origin Magnetic Whistle, as long as they could surround him, he would undoubtedly die. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity, so they went all out in this pursuit. Even if Lu Yi and Hoopa fled into the depths of the forest, they still couldn't find peace. In a few days, they had moved around a large area. No matter where they hid, enemies would come knocking on their door in less than an hour. The continuous battles didn't give Lu Yi and Hoopa much time to rest. The man and tiger were both physically and mentally exhausted. The good grade honey brought out from the hidden fog mountain was a great help. This kind of thing had a very obvious effect on recovering physical strength. However, Lu Yi knew that continuing like this wasn't a solution. He originally thought that as long as he fled into this place, he would be able to escape the surveillance from the sky. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the enemy's determination and boldness to kill him. The Myriad Devil Ridge had already put on a stance of fighting to the death. He still had to return to the Myriad Poison Forest. Only by returning there and relying on the terrain there could he completely escape the Myriad Devil Ridge's pursuit. With a plan in mind, he and Hoopa replenished their physical and mental strength. Then the man and tiger once again embarked on the road of escape. Half a day later, Hoopa rushed out of the forest with Lu Yi and headed straight for the Myriad Poison Forest. A moment later, the Myriad Devil Ridge discovered Lu Ye's movements. A large number of cultivators withdrew from the forest. Those who had the ability to pursue joined the ranks of the pursuers. However, most of them didn't have the ability to participate in the pursuit. After all, not every cultivator had a pet beast. It was a spectacular scene. Along the way, there were occasional fights. In order to return to the Myriad Poison Forest as soon as possible and to prevent being surrounded by the Myriad Devil Ridge people, Hoopa almost didn't stop for a rest. At the end of the run, Hoopa's entire body was emitting white mist. After a full 3 days, the Myriad Poison Forest was in sight. At this point, the Myriad Devil Ridge had also noticed Lu Ye's intentions. Although they didn't know how this guy had survived in the Myriad Devil Ridge the last time, he was obviously going to use the same trick again and enter the Myriad Poison Forest. If he really rushed into the Myriad Poison's forest, then this operation would end in failure again. Therefore, no matter what, they couldn't let Lu Ye enter the Myriad Poison Forest again. With the convenience of flying monsters, the Myriad Devil Ridge's side transported people back and forth in an extremely short period of time. By the time Lu Yi rode Hoopa to the edge of the Myriad Poison Forest, there were already close to 200 cultivators who had formed a dense defensive line. White mist rose from Hoopa's body, and its running body slowly came to a stop. Its beast eyes looked at the densely packed enemies in front of it, and it let out a low, threatening growl. On Hoopa's back, Lu Yi sighed softly. If he could use his spirit power, he was confident that he could charge through and kill more than 200 enemies by himself. At the very least, if he couldn't win, he could use wind walk or flight wings to escape. However, under the restriction of spirit power, he couldn't kill his way through no matter what. This was especially true after 3 days of fleeing and fighting. Both he and Hoopa were exhausted. Lu Ye, an angry roar came from the other side. Come and fight. Although it wasn't a glorious thing to bully someone with numbers. Thinking back to Lu Ye's campaign until now, there were probably thousands of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who had died at his hands. Therefore, to the Myriad Devil Ridge, as long as they could kill Lu Ye, it didn't matter whether it was glorious or not. No one cared. If he lived, there would only be more Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who would suffer in the future. Hoopa paced back and forth. Lu Yi raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield imprint, sending out a message. I might not be able to come back for a while. I have to circle around and see if I can enter from another direction. The chances were slim. If he could circle around, so could the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. As long as the Myriad Devil Ridge had their eyes on him, he wouldn't be able to kill his way into the myriad poison forest. However, in this huge spirit stream battlefield, aside from the myriad poison forest, the only place he could go was the Jade Blood Sect's encampment. Xiao Hui was overseeing the encampment. An overlord-grade, flying demonic beast was very frightening, so the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, the Jade Blood Sect's encampment was located at the outermost edge of the outer circle and was extremely far away. With Hu Po's speed, he might not be able to reach it even if he ran for a month. Therefore, there was still hope in the myriad poison forest. He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. Just as Lu Yi was thinking this, he received a reply from his battlefield imprint. "Wait, don't move. I'll come and get you." The person who sent the message was naturally Hua Xiai. During this time, she had been paying attention to Lu Ye's movements and knew that he was being hunted down. Outside the myriad poison forest, Lu Yi frowned. He didn't know what Hua Xiai wanted to do. Chapter 416. It was undeniable that after Ying Shan obtained her own inheritance, Hua Xiai had completely broken free from the shackles of a medical cultivator. As a medical cultivator, she could practice medicine to help the world and also kill enemies. Moreover, she had always killed people secretly. However, Lu Yi did not know how she could help in the current situation. Outside the forest of 1,000 poisons, Lu Yi and more than 200 cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge were facing each other from several hundred feet away. Lu Yi did not move, and neither did the Myriad Demon's Ridge. It was not that they did not want to kill Lu Yi, but they did not have enough manpower. If they rushed over now, Lu Yi would definitely run away. Continuing to drag things out like this was advantageous for the Myriad Demon's Ridge. The longer they dragged things out, the more cultivators would gather. Of course, they hoped that Lu Yi would take the initiative to attack. In this way, they could wait for the enemy to exhaust themselves. No matter what, 200 people could kill this jinx that made all the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators restless. Flying demonic beasts flew back and forth in the sky, transporting the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators from afar. The lineup of more than 200 people continued to expand. A Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivator shouted, "Lu Yi, you can't run away. Just accept your death obediently." Lu Yi was indifferent and silently chewed on the healing pill. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked up at the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators. For some reason, there seemed to be some commotion among the enemies gathered there. At the same time, at the place where the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators gathered, some were listening attentively while others were bewildered. Some strange sounds seemed to be coming from the forest of 1,000 poisons behind them. "What's that sound?" The person who asked the question turned back, but the forest of 1,000 poisons was full of poisonous miasma, and the environment was harsh. If one did not go deep, what could they see? More people listened attentively. Soon, a dense rustling sound entered their ears. It sounded like many things were crawling across the ground, and there were slight signs of wings flapping. Whoosh! A large number of colorful moths and butterflies rushed out of the poisonous miasma and covered the place where the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators were gathered. The cultivators gathered there were all shocked. Not only was the forest of 1,000 poisons filled with poisonous miasma and poisonous miasma, but there were also poisonous creatures everywhere. Last time, when Lu Yi was trapped in the Myriad Poisons forest, many cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge had gone deep into the forest to search for traces of him. In the end, not only were they unable to find Lu Yi, but they were also put in a difficult situation by the poisonous creatures in the forest. Some even died because of it. These colorful moths and butterflies were the most commonly seen poisonous creatures in the forest. The toxicity was not too strong, but if one's skin was accidentally contaminated with their powder, it would become unbearably itchy. It was definitely a terrible experience. Thus, when they saw the overwhelming number of moths and butterflies, the group of cultivators panicked and scattered to avoid them. Some of them even brandished their spirit artifacts and slapped them. "Don't hit them, get out of the way." Someone shouted in panic. The moths and butterflies were fine if they didn't attack them, but once they did, the moths and butterflies began to drop even more dust. Without the protection of spiritual energy, no matter how fast the cultivators moved, it was difficult for them to prevent the fine dust from touching their bodies. For a moment, many of them felt itchy all over, and they had to scratch themselves. Just as the situation became chaotic due to the large number of moths and butterflies, someone suddenly cried out, "Spiders!" A cultivator from the Myriad Devil Ridge, who was scratching himself, furiously shouted, "This is the Myriad Poisons Forest! What's so strange about seeing spiders?" Before he could finish speaking, he was also stunned, and his expression gradually became one of fear. There was nothing strange about seeing spiders outside the Myriad Poisons Forest, but what if there were spiders everywhere? Not only were there spiders, but there were also scorpions, ants, poisonous frogs, snakes, and so on. The cultivators had seen all kinds of poisonous creatures before, and some they had never seen before. All of them ran out of the Myriad Poisons Forest. The ground was densely packed with poisonous insects. Among the poisonous insects, there were also a few poisonous pythons that were more than 100 feet long. They flicked their forked tongues and spat out green mist. A cultivator accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, and his face instantly turned green. He fell straight to the ground on the spot, and his limbs stiffened. The poisonous insects were everywhere, and the cultivators screamed as they tried to escape. The scene was extremely chaotic. The poisonous insects were trampled to death, and the green mist they emitted caused even more people to suffer. Lu Yi had already rushed to the side on Hoopa. Although he didn't know what method Hua Xiai had used, the poisonous creatures that had rushed out of the Myriad Poisons Forest were clearly under her control. He really didn't know that Hua Xiai had such a miraculous ability. The Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were in complete chaos. Without any way to guarantee their own safety, who would have the extra energy to pay attention to Lu Yi? Only the cultivators riding on flying demonic beasts sensed Lu Ye's movements. However, there weren't many of them to begin with, and they had no way of stopping Lu Yi. They could only watch as Lu Yi continuously approached the Myriad Poisons Forest until he rushed into it and disappeared without a trace. The Myriad Devil Ridge's operation to kill Lu Ye had once again ended in failure. Last time, he had escaped into the Myriad Poisons Forest, and this time he had escaped into the Myriad Poisons Forest again. History seemed to be repeating itself. The difference was that last time he had relied on a bizarre method to directly kill his way into the Myriad Poisons Forest. This time, however, his luck was off the charts. For some reason, the poisonous creatures in the Myriad Poisons Forest had gone berserk, completely destroying the Myriad Devil Ridge Cultivators Formation. However, was it really just good luck? Some people couldn't help but wonder if the poisonous creature's rampage had something to do with Lu Ye. However, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of anything. At that time, Lu Ye had been a few hundred feet away from the Myriad Poisons Forest. Other than riding on the tiger's back, he hadn't done anything else. Even if he really had some method to control the poisonous creatures, he couldn't have used it out of thin air. However, it was too much of a coincidence to say that it had nothing to do with him. Also, how did Lu Ye manage to stay in the Myriad Poisons Forest for dozens of days without being poisoned to death? The last time he had been trapped in the Myriad Poisons Forest, the Myriad Devil Ridge had been looking forward to the day he would be poisoned to death. However, this time, no one was looking forward to anything. In the Myriad Poisons Forest, Lu Yi hadn't rushed far on Hupu when he saw a familiar figure standing there and waving at him. Who else could it be but Hua Xiai? Hupa stepped forward, and Lu Yi pulled Hua Xiai onto his back. Hua Xi's expression froze. Is it serious? Whether it was Lu Yi or Hupa, they both looked like they were riddled with wounds. Especially Lu Yi. His naked upper body was covered in wounds, and his pants were stained red with blood. They're all superficial wounds. Hua Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. After traveling for an hour, they finally returned to the wooden house. Originally, the wooden house was covered by a large formation. Under the cover of the formation, as long as there was enough spiritual power to support it, the poisonous fog outside would not be able to invade. Lu Yi had even left behind a mother teleportation formation in the courtyard. However, the spiritual power of heaven and earth had been sealed, and the large formation had stopped working long ago. Without the formation, the poisonous fog would invade. Lu Yi had the talent tree. As long as there was enough fuel stored in the talent tree, he would be immune to all kinds of poisons. However, Hoopa didn't have that ability. He couldn't ask Hua Xiai to stay by his side and cure his poison. Hoopa can transform, right? Hua Xiai asked. If Hoopa could transform into the size of a cat, then Hua Xiai would be able to keep him by her side. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about him getting poisoned. Wait. Lu Yi connected his mind to the spirit stream leaderboard and looked at it. Currently, he was at the top of the spirit stream leaderboard. In second place was the female archer he had fought against before. In third place was a cultivator from the Grand Sky Alliance who came from a first-rank sect in Dingzhou. His name was Han Taijun. However, Lu Yi didn't have any dealings with him. That didn't matter. He just needed to find someone who had dealings with him to pass on a message. Right now, he couldn't use spiritual power in the spirit stream battlefield, so Hoopa couldn't transform at will. However, it was different in the battle arena. The battle arena wasn't affected by the magnetic field. After searching through his battlefield imprint, he sent out a dozen or so messages. A moment later, the battle imprint sent out a message. Someone on the spirit stream leaderboard wanted to challenge him. Lu Yi accepted the challenge. After choosing the terrain, his figure quickly disappeared. In the battle arena, Lu Yi and the dark green Hoopa appeared at the same time. In front of them stood a young man with a fierce aura. Lu Yi cupped his hands. Are you fellow Taoist Han Taijun? That's me. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi thanked him. This was the disadvantage of being at the top of the spirit stream leaderboard. He couldn't take the initiative to challenge others. He could only wait for others to challenge him. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the battle arena, he had to find someone to help him. Fellow Taoist Yi is too polite. I've heard about what happened before. How is your current situation? Do you need help? I hid in the Myriad Poison Forest again. Those people from the Myriad Demon Ridge can't do anything to me. Han Taijun had a look of admiration. Fellow Taoist is amazing. As the two of them spoke, Hoopa shook his body. Monster essence surged, and his sturdy body quickly shrank. He turned into the size of a cat and lightly jumped onto Lu Yi's shoulder. Han Taijun quickly left. He didn't really challenge Lu Yi to compete with him on the leaderboard. Instead, Lu Yi wanted to enter the battle arena. Before leaving, the two of them exchanged battle imprints. Lu Yi felt that he would have to trouble the other party in the future. With each other's battle imprints, they could directly communicate with each other. It was better than having someone else pass on messages. A moment later, Lu Yi also left the battle arena. Hua Xiai grabbed Hoopa and first detoxified his poison. Then, she began to treat Lu Yi's injuries. However, because she couldn't use her spiritual power, she couldn't use many healing methods. Fortunately, Lu Yi's physique was strong. Although he had suffered many injuries, they were all superficial. After applying some healing medicine and resting for a few days, he would naturally recover. The noise in the outside world calmed down once more. Now that the Third Sacred Academy's encampment had been breached, the Myriad Demon Ridge had no other means to force Lu Yi to leave the Myriad Poison Forest. Lu Yi inwardly swore that he wouldn't leave the Myriad Poison Forest until he cultivated to the 9th heaven stage. With his current foundation, if he advanced to the 9th heaven stage, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the spirit stream battlefield. At that time, the myriad demon ridge wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In the wooden house, Lu Yi was recuperating while reading the saber art experience that his third senior brother had entrusted to him from Xiao Chenghe. He had gained a lot. Chapter 417. From what was recorded in the saber technique notes, third senior brother Xiao Xinghe's spirit artifact was also a saber, but it was a very exaggerated large saber, which was not the same type as Lu Ye's mountain saber. Therefore, many of Xiao Xinghe's experiences in saber technique were not suitable for Lu Yi. However, there were also many similarities. After all, regardless of the style, everyone practiced saber techniques. These common saber techniques were undoubtedly what Lu Yi needed the most at the moment. As for those that were not, he could also learn a thing or two from them. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. To be honest, Lu Ye's cultivation path was not complete because ever since he opened his spirit aperture, he had been groping around on his own. In the sect, whether it was Shui Yuan, the sect master, or Madame Yun, they could not provide much help to him. Especially in the area of saber techniques, no one had ever taught him systematically and perfectly. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator entered a sect, there would be instructors to guide their cultivation. For example, if Lu Yi wanted to practice saber techniques, then there would be instructors with superb saber techniques to teach him all kinds of experiences. But how could the Jade Blood sect have such conditions? When Lu Yi entered the Jade Blood sect, there were only 2 people in the entire sect. Including him, there were only 3. Shui Yuan was a medical cultivator, and the sect master was a law cultivator. None of them used sabers. His attainments in saber techniques were all accumulated by himself. There was no perfect system or powerful method. It was completely based on how convenient it was to kill and defeat the enemy. This was a pure killing technique, but it wasn't a bad thing. When facing an enemy weaker than oneself, one could often avoid the enemy in the shortest amount of time. Correspondingly, if one lacked some explosive killing moves, it would be very difficult to deal with an enemy whose strength was equal to or stronger than oneself. Without a killer move, this was Lu Ye's shortcoming. The previous battle with Shi Guang made Lu Yi realize this, so after that he had been practicing the flash saber technique hard, but he had not been able to perfect this saber technique until now. The saber technique experience that third senior brother Xiao Xinghe had sent over had undoubtedly given him a lot of inspiration, which was what he needed most right now. If it weren't for the sudden outburst of the magnetic field, Xiao Xinghe would have sent Lu Yi to the Azure Arch City so that he could personally guide her. However, the outburst of the magnetic field had cut off the teleportation between the 9 states and the Spirit Stream battlefield. Left with no other choice, Xiao Xinghe could only pass on his insights to Lu Yi. On the 3rd floor of the wooden house, Lu Yi sat cross-legged. His hands were clenched into fists, palms facing upwards. The Pan Mountain saber was in his hands. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, feeling the long saber in his hand as he breathed. This was a way of cultivation. A spirit weapon had a spirit, especially a spirit weapon that had accompanied its master in battle and killed enemies for a long time. It was no longer just a spirit weapon, but a partner that its master could entrust his life to. Using this special method of cultivation, Lu Yi was able to form a miraculous connection with the Pan Mountain saber. This was the so-called man and saber connection. That was what was written in third senior brother's saber technique notes. However, Lu Yi had always felt that this matter was somewhat unfathomable. After all, spirit artifacts were inanimate objects. How could they have any sort of resonance with him? Lu Yi decided to give it a try. He planned to cultivate like this for a few days and see the results. If it really didn't work, he would find an opportunity to ask his third senior brother for advice. The Pan Mountain saber undoubtedly met his requirements. Since Lu Yi embarked on the path of cultivation, he had only used a total of 3 spirit artifacts. One was Manager Yang's sword, and the other was the saber he obtained from killing enemies in Clear Cloud Mountain. That saber had a similar appearance to the Pan Mountain saber, but its grade was too low and had been destroyed in the Battle of Golden Light Peak. After the Battle of Golden Light Peak, Lu Yi bought the Pan Mountain saber from the Tianji treasure house. At that time, he was only a 5th order cultivator. Today, this long saber had been with him for more than a year and had killed countless enemies. It could be said that this saber was extremely convenient for Lu Yi. Even if his cultivation increased in the future and he had to change to a higher grade spirit artifact, he was prepared to buy a similar long saber. Inside the wooden house, Lu Ye's chest rose and fell as he breathed in and out. At first, he didn't feel anything special, but as time passed, Lu Yi actually had a subtle feeling that the Pan Mountain saber in his hand was breathing in and out with his breathing. At first, this feeling was very weak, but gradually it became stronger. The long saber seemed to have a life of its own, until a certain moment a cold light flashed in the dim wooden house, accompanied by the sound of the saber being unsheathed. Lu Yi was suddenly awakened. Looking down, he had unsheathed the Pan Mountain saber at some point. At this moment, the Pan Mountain saber gave him a different feeling. It was no longer an inanimate object used to kill enemies. Holding the saber's hilt, Lu Yi felt as if it was an extension of his body. Pulling out the Pan Mountain saber, Lu Yi casually swung it a few times. It was smoother than before, like an extension of his arm. Yes, this was the feeling. Was this the so-called man and saber in harmony? Lu Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. He didn't expect that what his third senior brother had said in the saber technique was true. He had originally only wanted to try his hand at cultivating, but in the end he had achieved it so easily. Although his cultivation didn't increase, nor did he open any spirit apertures, Li knew that he had taken a big step forward on the path of saber technique. There seemed to be something else. Lu Yi muttered to himself for a moment, then returned the saber to its sheath. Closing his eyes, he casually threw the Pan Mountain saber far away and breathed in and out. Because he had thrown the Pan Mountain saber with his eyes closed, he didn't know where it was. But even with his eyes closed, he could vaguely sense the saber's existence. He stood up and walked forward step by step. After taking 7 steps, he bent his waist and reached out with his hand. The Pan Mountain saber was in his hand. The first step of saber technique cultivation had been completed. Lu Yi originally thought that not much time had passed, but when he felt the hunger in his stomach and asked Hua Sai, he found out that 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi almost suspected that this woman was lying to him because he hadn't noticed the passage of time at all. But after asking others, he found out that Hua Sai hadn't lied to him. 3 days had really passed. Perhaps Lu Ye's distrust had caused Hua Sai to become angry, but she had prepared a table full of terrifying-looking food for him. Under Hua Si's smiling gaze, Lu Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and finish everything on the table. Hoopa looked at him with sympathy. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi returned to the 3rd floor and sat down cross-legged. Holding the Pan Mountain saber with both hands, he closed his eyes and breathed in and out. After attaining the connection between man and saber, it didn't mean that he could sit back and relax. Instead, he had to use this method to deepen his connection with his saber. The deeper the connection between man and saber, the more powerful the saber's killing power would be. Lu Yi decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would spend 2 hours every day doing this kind of cultivation. In any case, he didn't need to breathe on his own when cultivating, so he could use it in this aspect. 2 hours later, Lu Yi walked down from the 3rd floor and arrived at the small courtyard outside the house. Hua Sai was nowhere to be seen. This woman must have hidden somewhere to cultivate. Lu Yi was actually curious about her cultivation method. Ever since she came to the Myriad Poisons forest, her cultivation had advanced at lightning speed. Now, Lu Yi suspected that she wasn't far from reaching the 9th heaven. Standing in the small courtyard, Lu Yi took out his mountain pan saber and held it in his right hand, assuming a stance. Following the guidance of third senior brother's saber technique insights, Lu Ye's blood and qi surged. Following his will, a huge amount of blood and qi gathered in his right arm that held the saber. Then he slashed down. He couldn't use the spiritual power in his body, so the power of this slash couldn't be considered strong. However, Lu Yi could clearly feel that this slash was faster and stronger than his normal slash. So that's how it is. He had been unable to perfect the flash saber technique before because he always felt that something was missing. After reading third senior brother's insights, he finally understood what he was missing. What he lacked was the ability to use the power of his blood and qi. Previously, when he swung the saber, he relied on his own strength and spiritual power to infuse the spirit tool. The former was the capital brought by his physique, while the latter was instinct. This was because cultivators relied on their own spiritual power to fight with their enemies. A cultivator without spiritual power was an ordinary person with a stronger physique. Only now did Lu Yi realize that he had overlooked a very important problem. He relied too heavily on his spiritual power and neglected the power of his body. If the power contained in the flash saber technique was 10 points, then spiritual power would take up at least 80% of it. His own strength would only take up 20% or even 10%. There was no way to achieve a balance, so the flash saber technique was incomplete. Because the power of the slash wasn't enough, he couldn't control it. If he could use 40% or even 50% of his strength, then the flash saber technique would be perfect. The explosive power would also increase explosively. How could he use his own strength more effectively? Blood transference. The source of strength was blood and qi. Therefore, body cultivators were generally stronger than cultivators of other factions because their blood and qi were abundant. Why was Lu Yi stronger than ordinary body cultivators? Because his blood and qi were more abundant than ordinary body cultivators. But now he had a mountain of treasures, but he didn't know how to use it. He had wasted a huge amount of his blood and qi. The blood transference technique was to solve this problem. It had to be said that third senior brother had imperceptibly helped Lu Yi a lot by sending his saber technique cultivation notes. Moreover, now was the best time to cultivate the blood transference technique. Because the magnetic field was in chaos and the world's spiritual energy was confined, even the spiritual power in a cultivator's body couldn't flow. Lu Yi could only rely on his own blood and qi. In such an environment, he could better and more directly feel the flow of his blood and qi. Immersing his mind, he tried to concentrate his blood and qi on his saber-wielding right arm. In a short moment, his entire right arm turned red and the temperature of his right arm rose. Only when Lu Yi felt that he couldn't continue did he slash out. Suddenly, a blood-red blade flashed. It wasn't a sign of spiritual power, but a sign of blood and qi bursting out. The power of this slash was at least 50% stronger than the previous slash. Chapter 418. Lu Ye's right arm, which was holding the knife, became sore and swollen. The skin of his entire right arm was like a roasted shrimp shell, incomparably red and steaming. His entire right arm was sore, swollen, and trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yi clenched his fist, and repeated this process many times before his right arm slowly recovered. Recalling the saber strike just now, Lu Yi felt as if the dark clouds had parted to reveal the bright moon. For a long time, his cultivation had relied on his own efforts and fumbling. He did not know what was right or wrong. His third senior brother's saber cultivation experience had undoubtedly pointed out a clear path for him. After a cup of tea's time, Lu Yi felt that his right arm had completely recovered, so he slashed out again just like before. 4 to 6 hours later, Lu Yi switched the saber in his right hand to the saber in his left and continued to practice. Saber after saber, he hacked down meticulously. At night, When Hua Xiai returned from her cultivation outside, she saw Lu Yi standing in the courtyard, his arms hanging down naturally. The Pan Mountain blade was stabbed into the ground by his feet. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi whispered, "Help!" Hua Xiai took a closer look and saw that his arms were swollen to the size of his thighs. She was shocked. Zhang Xian hurriedly rushed forward to check on Lu Yi, and after confirming that it was just a blood clot and nothing serious, he finally relaxed. He then asked Lu Yi the reason why he was in such a wretched state, and upon learning that the latter had caused him to be in such a sorry state in order to cultivate his saber arts, he felt helpless. Because she had gathered too much qi and blood and didn't disperse it in time, causing her arms to swell, it wasn't a big problem. After being patted and rubbed by Hua Xiai to stimulate blood circulation, Lu Ye's arms returned to normal in just one night. It was the same the next day. However, after suffering a loss, Lu Yi would pay more attention when practicing his saber art. Therefore, the situation was better than the first day. In the following days, Lu Yi cultivated his saber skills during the day and had Hua Xiai treat him at night. As his saber skills improved day by day, the aftereffects of using the blood transfer technique also decreased. One day, as Hua Xiai was treating Lu Ye's arms, she suddenly asked, "Haven't you been paying attention to the spirit stream list lately?" No, why? Previously, he had been paying attention to the spirit stream list, but since he had become the spirit stream list's #1, he did not pay much attention to it, as there were very few people who could threaten his position on the list. Take a look. Lu Ye's mind was connected to the spirit stream list. From the top, there were some changes on the list, some familiar names, some names that had disappeared. By the looks of it, they had all advanced to the Cloud River. Lu Yi continued to look down, and when he reached the 70th rank, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was because only a few of the 30 people ranked between 40th and 70th were from Haotian Alliance. The rest were all from Myriad Devil Ridge. This situation seemed familiar. Loses spirit streams S. Yezes losely. S name S Lanzi. Lu ling time. Spirit Luli. Did you see that? Hua Xiai asked. When did she start to make the list? Yesterday. Lu Yi was surprised. In just one day, he had reached the 38th position on the spirit stream list. This speed was not the least bit inferior to his previous record. In fact, it was even faster. That person should be very strong. Be careful. There's a high chance that he's targeting you, Hua Xiai reminded. Boundless Island, Lu Yi fell into deep thought. He seemed to have had some dealings with someone from this force. If he remembered correctly, Luo Ji, whom he had met in the sky-splitting gorge, was from the Boundless Island. As expected of a first-grade sect, they had a solid foundation. Putting aside Luo Ji, who practiced a heaven-class cultivation technique, Lan Zi, who suddenly popped out of nowhere. Hua Xiai had said that there was a high chance that this person was targeting him, and it was not without reason. In the past, the Myriad Devil Ridge had repeatedly targeted him, and the various powers had tried to surround and kill him. However, they had failed each time. Now that he was hiding in the Myriad Poisons forest, the Myriad Devil Ridge was powerless to do anything to him. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to challenge him through the Spirit Stream list. However, Lu Ye's strength at the top of the Spirit Stream ranking was not just for show. Almost all of the mighty ones from the Myriad Demons Ridge who were on the Spirit Stream ranking had been killed by him. Even a mighty one like Shiguang was no match for Lu Yi. Perhaps only the dead Yanxing had the qualifications to defeat Lu Yi. At this juncture, Lan Zi had suddenly appeared on the Myriad Devil Ridge's side. This woman's method of ranking was exactly the same as Lu Ye's. She had challenged the experts of the Grand Heaven Alliance, who were ranked above her one by one. The Grand Heaven Alliance had no power to fight back. In just one day, she had reached the 38th position. While Lu Yi and Hua Xiai were talking, Lan Zi's ranking jumped up by 2 places, occupying the 36th position. The name of the person who had been in the 36th position suddenly disappeared without a trace. Obviously, he had died in battle. Imitating Lu Ye's method of ranking and choosing such a subtle time, no one would believe that she was not targeting Lu Yi. There are still 7 or 8 days before the Tianji bestowment, right? Hua Xi asked again. Lu Yi calculated and nodded. 7 days. It had been 23 days since the Tianji bestowment's baptism. Every time he experienced the Tianji bestowment's baptism, Lu Ye's strength would increase significantly. Therefore, if this Lanzi was really targeting him, she would definitely challenge Lu Yi before the Tianji bestowment's baptism. She would definitely not give him a chance to continue growing stronger. Judging by the speed at which this woman was climbing the rankings, she would most likely have the qualifications to challenge Lu Yi in the next 2 days. Lu Yi was suddenly looking forward to it. This was because he could not find an opponent to test his strength in the entire Spirit Stream battlefield. It was easy for him to fight. As long as he left the forest of 1,000 poisons and exposed his whereabouts, countless myriad Devil Ridge cultivators would flock over. However, that would definitely be a situation where many cultivators would gang up on him. However, it would be difficult for him to fight one-on-one. The best way to test one's strength was to fight a powerful cultivator one-on-one. Since this Lanzi could climb the rankings so quickly, her strength was definitely not weak. Lu Yi had been cultivating his saber techniques recently and had gained quite a bit of insight. However, cultivation was still only cultivation. The results of cultivation still depended on one's performance in actual combat. If this Lanzi was really strong enough, she would be a very good whetstone. At this time, the rising star, Lanzi, had attracted the attention of countless cultivators from both sides. Before Lu Ye's sudden appearance, no one had ever killed so many opponents while challenging the Spirit Stream rankings. Moreover, the way he climbed the rankings was to challenge them one by one. This undoubtedly annoyed the myriad Devil Ridge. However, this woman had been unstoppable all the way to the top of the Spirit Stream rankings. Many of the myriad Devil Ridge's actions against her had all ended in failure. Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect had become a huge mountain that pressed down on the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, making it difficult for them to breathe. However, a similar talent had appeared on the myriad Devil Ridge's side today. The speed at which she climbed the rankings was not slower than Lu Yi's. In fact, she was even faster. Many Grand Sky Alliance cultivators had died at her hands. Everyone was waiting. They were waiting for Lanzi to have the qualifications to challenge the top of the Spirit Stream rankings. They were waiting for the two of them to fight it out and see who was the strongest cultivator in the current generation of the Spirit Stream realm. In the small courtyard outside the wooden house, Lu Yi was still cultivating his saber techniques. Suddenly, a message came from the battlefield imprint. Lu Yi looked down and found that it was a message from Han Taijun. Be careful of that woman. She's very strong. She has a lot of flowers. Lu Yi understood that she was very strong. Lanzi's speed on the leaderboard was very fast, so Lu Yi had never underestimated her. But a lot of flowers. What did that mean? Moreover, judging from Han Taijun's words, it seemed that he had already fought with Lanzi. Lu Yi checked the Spirit Stream rankings. Sure enough, Han Taijun was originally ranked 3rd, but now he had run to 5th place. Lanzi had taken his 3rd place. Are you okay? Lu Yi asked. I'm heavily injured. Amazing. I'm heavily injured. Anyway, you have to be careful of that woman. She might not be weaker than you. I couldn't force her to use her full strength. From the beginning to the end, I felt that she was just playing a game when fighting me. Understood? After ending the conversation with Han Taijun, Lu Yi thought for a moment and sent a message to Hua Xi. He did not cultivate his saber techniques anymore. Although after these days of cultivation, his arms would not swell like on the first day. However, this kind of cultivation consumed a lot of his physical strength. He did not know when Lan Zi would come to challenge him, so he had to maintain his condition. Hua Ci quickly returned and helped him adjust his arms. Lu Yi returned to the third floor and sat down cross-legged. He swallowed a few spirit pills, then placed the mountain saber on his knees and slowly breathed in and out. Lan Zi had already rushed to the third place on the spirit stream rankings. The highly anticipated battle was about to begin. At this moment, both the cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge were paying attention to the spirit stream rankings. They wanted to know who was the strongest cultivator on their side. Lu Yi and Lan Zi's battle hadn't even started yet, and all sorts of information were already flying around. The Myriad Devil Ridge's side clamored that Lu Yi had already been baptized by the heavens, so this battle was not fair to Lan Zi. The Grand Heaven Alliance's side immediately retorted. Lan Zi's cultivation was at the 9th heaven, while Lu Yi's was only at the 8th heaven. It was indeed unfair. After these words were spread, the Myriad Devil Ridge's side was immediately silenced. They suddenly realized a terrifying fact: that Lu Yi was still at the 8th heaven. Therefore, even if he lost this battle, it could not prove that Lan Zi was the strongest in the spirit stream realm. That was because Lu Yi could still advance to the 9th heaven and have a chance to make a comeback. On the other hand, if Lan Zi lost, it would be a true loss. If the 9th heaven could not beat the 8th heaven, then when Lu Yi advanced to the 9th heaven, would he still be a match? Therefore, there was only one chance. If Lan Zi could not reach the top of the spirit stream rankings this time, then he would forever be suppressed by Lu Yi. Just as the information was flying around in the outside world, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes in the wooden house. The battlefield imprint moved again, and he immersed his consciousness to investigate. The challenge of the spirit stream rankings had begun. Chapter 419. Within the wooden hut, Lu Yi accepted the challenge and chose the location of the arena. Suddenly, a heavenly will descended, and the two of them quickly disappeared. Once again, the arena was only a few dozen meters in radius. Lu Yi steadied himself and waited for the white light in his field of vision to dissipate before looking at his opponent. On the other side of the arena, a tall woman dressed in purple stood there silently. Her appearance was undoubtedly very beautiful, and her figure was also excellent. Her entire person exuded a tranquil and elegant aura. This woman's name was Lan Zi, and she was dressed in purple, which was quite fitting. Lu Yi looked down and raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He was sizing up his opponent, and she was sizing him up as well. As the strongest cultivators from both sides, it wasn't that they were friends, but rather it was an instinct to observe one's opponent before a battle. Lan Zi didn't seem to have any spirit tools on her. Lu Yi wondered if she was a spell cultivator. However, based on her attire, that didn't seem to be the case. Regardless of whether she was or not, he would know once he gave it a try. The weapon box at his waist buzzed, and 9 streaks of light shot towards Lan Zi like ferocious tigers. In the blink of an eye, they had covered more than half of the distance between them. Lan Zi raised her hand and pointed forward. A streak of pure spiritual energy shot out in the form of a spiritual energy thread. This wasn't a spell technique, but rather a precise control of one's spiritual energy. However, its power wasn't inferior to any spell technique. What was even more surprising was that after this line of spiritual energy flew out, it suddenly split into 9 and attacked 9 streams of light. A series of clanging sounds rang out as Lu Yi's 9 imperial tools were all blocked. Not only that, but even more streaks of spiritual energy shot out from the other side, one after another. Some of the streaks of spiritual energy didn't change, while others suddenly split. In an instant, the space in front of Lu Yi was covered by countless streaks of spiritual energy, forming a large net that descended towards him. This net of spiritual energy sealed the heavens and locked down the earth, making it impossible for Lu Yi to dodge. He unsheathed his mountain plate saber and slashed forward. A fiery red streak of light flashed past, and a hole appeared in the net of spiritual energy surrounding Lu Yi. Lu Yi shot out like an arrow towards Lan Zi. His opponent seemed to be a magic cultivator, so Lu Yi naturally wanted to fight her in close combat. Only then could he display his advantage. However, Lu Yi had just rushed out when he heard a clear and melodious clanging sound. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen streaks of light had already shot towards him. Those streaks of light were all flying swords. A Dharma cultivator driving a flying sword? This was not common. Lu Yi was not alarmed. Under the control of his mind, the 9 imperial equipment around him welcomed the flying swords. At the same time, his footsteps did not stop as he continued to charge forward. Clanking sounds could be heard as the imperial equipment of both sides clashed in midair, sparks flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was already 30 meters away from Lan Zi. His Pan Mountain blade was wrapped in flames, and his killing intent was bursting out. Lan Zi, who was standing still, raised her hand and grabbed at the air. A huge sword appeared in her hand. Lu Yi did not even see how the sword appeared. This was a 2-handed greatsword. It was much wider and heavier than a normal longsword. Being held in the hands of a woman like Lan Zi would undoubtedly create a strong visual impact. She gripped the hilt of her sword with both hands and faced Lu Ye's slash with her sword. Boom, waves of air swept across the battlefield. In the instant that spiritual energy went berserk, Lu Ye's body shook and stabilized. On the other side, Lan Zi also slightly arched her body and did not retreat a single step. This surprised Lu Yi, because there had never been a spirit stream realm cultivator who could take one of his attacks without retreating. Even a physique cultivator of the 9 heavens realm would find it difficult to do so. However, such a beautiful and tall woman was able to do it. This woman was definitely not a Dharma cultivator. What made Lu Yi even more concerned was that this woman had a faint smile on her face from the beginning to the end. Her silent demeanor gave off a sense of superiority. Han Taijun was right. This woman had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Moreover, she was facing the battle with a playful attitude. The 2 of them were in a deadlock at close range. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. Their eyes met, and the red and blue spiritual energy clashed fiercely under their respective control. Normally, in this situation, it was time for the Sunshine Spirit rune to appear. The Pan Mountain saber flashed with a dazzling light. At the same time, Lu Yi suddenly felt an irresistible force in front of him. Under the push of that violent force, he actually floated back several meters. At the same time, Lan Zi took advantage of the momentum to retreat and closed her eyes tightly. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Around the 2 of them, the imperial equipment and flying sword were still constantly clashing. Even when the saber and sword clashed, the confrontation did not stop. This was undoubtedly a great test of a person's mind. Lu Ye's mind was strong because his divine soul had been cleansed in the soul cleansing pool, and then he had taken a lot of soul cleansing water. However, the strength of Lan Zi's mind was not inferior to Lu Ye's. This was somewhat inconceivable. Just as the 2 of them were retreating, a flying sword broke through the blockade of Lu Ye's imperial equipment and silently slashed at him. Before Lu Yi landed on the ground, he didn't even look and swung his saber. The powerful destructive force made the flying sword dim, and it flew directly to the edge of the battlefield. The Sunshine Spirit rune, which had always been successful, did not work this time. Lan Zi's reaction was too fast. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she pushed Lu Yi away and closed her eyes. When the light dissipated, the 2 figures charged at each other at the same time. Once again, they fiercely collided. It was as if 2 mountains had collided. The big sword and the long saber had different colored lights attached to them. They were entangled together, and killing intent was bursting out. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. When he was pushed away just now, he sensed that something was wrong. This woman's strength was a little too strong. At this moment, he felt it even more clearly. Every time the saber and sword clashed, the arm holding the saber trembled slightly, and the web between his thumb and forefinger gradually became numb. He was simply in disbelief. In a competition of strength, he actually lost to a woman. Looking at her chi and blood, it was not to an outrageous extent. How could she erupt with such powerful strength? During the confrontation, Lu Yi thought of a possibility and immediately constructed the Insight Spirit Rune in his eyes. Under the Insight Spirit Rune, he finally saw it clearly. In terms of chi and blood, Lan Zi was indeed inferior to him. However, this woman was clearly proficient in the blood transferring art. Every time the big sword slashed down, she could perfectly unleash all of her strength. That was why her strength was stronger than his. This was something that Lu Yi could not achieve. Although he had practiced the blood transferring art for a few days, he was far from being as skilled as her. If Lu Ye's strength was 100, then Lan Zi's was at most 70 or 80. However, if Lu Yi didn't use the blood transfer technique, he could only use half of his strength. If he used the blood transfer technique, he could be on par with Lan Zi, but he couldn't be as skilled as Lan Zi. On the other hand, Lan Zi could unleash all of her strength at any time. Lu Yi did not dare to use the blood transferring art casually. The battle had just begun, and it was unwise to rashly use his trump card before figuring out the opponent's strength. The so-called trump card was something that could determine the outcome of the battle with a single strike. Although Lu Ye's strength was inferior to his opponent's, he still had spiritual tattoos that he could use. Wind travel, heavy pressure, sharp edge, and various other spiritual tattoos were activated, which caused Lan Zi to suffer a lot. For a time, the two of them were locked in battle. Hupa wandered around the edge of the battlefield, while Yi hid underground. Neither of them participated in this battle. One spirit and one tiger knew what Lu Yi was thinking. It was rare to meet such an opponent, so he naturally wanted to fight to his heart's content and use this opportunity to train himself. Otherwise, if they all attacked together, it would be meaningless even if they won. The Imperial equipment and flying swords clashing in the sky gradually quieted down. Both Lu Yi and Lan Zi had sensed the opponent's strength. Facing such an opponent, neither of them could afford to be distracted, so they both withdrew their Imperial equipment and flying swords. Another fierce collision occurred. The heavy pressure spirit tattoo caused Lan Zi's body to shrink and almost kneel on the ground. Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary carelessness, Lu Ye's chi and blood madly gathered in his right arm. In an instant, his entire right arm swelled up and his skin turned red. Spirit light flashed on the mountain pan saber, and double sharpness was enhanced. A flash! He got it! The saber slashed at Lan Zi's waist. With the explosive power of a flash and enhancement of the double sharpness spirit tattoo, no one in the spirit stream realm could block this attack. The most likely outcome for Lan Zi was to be cut in half and die on the spot. However, in the next moment, Lu Yi realized something was wrong. The saber had indeed hit Lan Zi, but his opponent's body was not cut in half. The moment the saber fell, Lu Yi clearly saw a thick layer of barrier wrap around Lan Zi. The powerful force sent Lan Zi flying. His body flipped a few times in the air before landing in a sorry state. However, Lu Yi also felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. In the instant that Lan Zi was sent flying, that huge sword had pierced into his body, sinking 3 inches into his flesh. If he had not sent Lan Zi flying, that sword would have pierced right through him. When such a large sword stabbed into the body, the wounds caused by it were extremely impressive. Lu Ye's abdomen immediately spurted blood, and he staggered back. He hurriedly constructed a blood-stained spirit tattoo on his chest, and the blood that gushed out gathered under the guidance of the spirit tattoo. Standing on the spot, Lu Yi frowned and looked at the woman on the other side. He couldn't understand what kind of defense that layer of protection was. It was able to block his attack, which was enhanced by the sharpness spirit tattoo and activated the blood transfer technique. He didn't see any signs of Lan Zi activating a spirit artifact, which meant that the layer of protection was her own ability. This was troublesome. He couldn't even break the other party's defense with a flash. How was he going to kill her? On the other side, Lan Zi was half-crouching, her large sword stabbed into ground. Her feet plowed 2 lines of marks in the arena, and she barely didn't fall down. Although she didn't know what method she used to block that fatal attack and avoid the fate of being cut in half by Lu Ye's saber, the violent impact couldn't be mitigated. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She supported herself with her long sword and slowly stood up. Her eyes curiously looked at Lu Yi, as if she wanted to reevaluate him.